your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass for us, of course, as we get you into your weekend. This week, I think I said last week, dragged a little bit, but this week flew by. And hopefully some of you got paid today. You can enjoy that with your family, your friends, whoever that may be. And we have a great show for you. The great Brett Seagull joins us. That's at 11 o'clock. Brett has been cooking out the articles. Thank you, Brett. Before we even start with Brett, when he comes on at 11, don't let me forget to thank him. Because in the dead of August, this man is going to work for people like me. This man is helping the content creators out very, very much so. So thank you to Brett Seagull in advance. And we will have some fun figuring out the newest updates, things that he wrote about. And it's not all going to be about Jonathan Kuminga. By the way, I want to give us an applause real quick. Kyle, if I'm not mistaken, I got to check the tape. Now, I'm not saying we didn't talk about – I'm not saying we didn't say the word Kaminga because we brought it up as far as the Chat GPT thing from Livermore Matt on the chat that we are going to reach out to Chat GPT and see what they say. So I'm not saying that we didn't say Jonathan Kuminga, but I don't think we had a Kuminga segment yesterday.
I think you were correct.
Hey, man. We did not have a Jonathan Kuminga segment yesterday.
Kuminga Watch ends on day 52.
Well, yeah, it's back today. Okay, because we do have some updates. And also
on day 52, Kuminga Watch rested.
That's right. And also the Quantum Schmitz, okay, I did send him an email, what we talked about yesterday as far as the 7 types of offenses. I sent him an email. I replied to his article that he wrote. We're going to, number one, see when the 2024-2025 version is coming out. If it's not coming out, I'm trying to get him to specifically make one for us. All right. But until we hear from Mr. Tim Schmitz of the Quantum Schmitz, as we got very nerdy on yesterday's show, we will be talking to ChatGPT. And I already have the write-up. I did it this morning. It's a lot of addition plus subtraction. You got to help ChatGPT through these things. Subtract DeMar, subtract Malik Monk, add Levine, add Westbrook, add Schroeder, add Kaminga. What do you got? And I'll tell you this. The win total is significantly better than it currently is set on Vegas. Now, obviously, we're having some fun. It's ChatGPT. But on a Friday where we want you to feel good, we have that information for you. So we will have a lot of fun with that. Like I said, we are also breaking down the teams that will have cap space. In the 1 o'clock hour, we will break down in style, out of style. It's been a while since we cooked up an in style, out of style. This one is going to be a lot of fun. We have Udonis Haslem struggling with Zachary Rasaché's name. And I mean, this is an all-time struggle bus. They couldn't even continue the segment. So we have Udonis Haslem with that. We have the Little League, betting on Little League, fair or foul, in style, out of style. I don't actually know how I feel about that. So that's all coming up. And also as the Giants take on the Rays in kind of a last-ditch effort as far as their season is concerned, basically – there are 2 dudes on the Rays with the same last name, okay? Lowe. Same last name. One's in right field, one's on second base. All right? They pronounce them differently. Lau and Low. And I need to know in style. How does that, what are we talking about? How does that happen?
I also saw that one of them has a brother in the league, Nathaniel Lowe, but I don't know which one it is.
So I don't even know if that's fair or foul, in style, out of style. I was watching the A's and they said it and they bat, I think they're only a couple batters away from each other. So I did a double take and then I'm listening to the broadcast. Did they pronounce it differently?
Yeah, they totally have two players that pronounce their names differently but are spelled exactly the same. Isn't English awesome?
It is. I guess if that's if that's the word you want to use, Kyle, speaking of English, we can go in that direction. By the way, I guess I'm calling it Stretchgate. Stretchgate continues on for the Niners. So now we have Brad from SF Niners, one of the biggest Niner platforms out there. You have somebody taking more pictures, right, of the Niners static stretching. And Brad says, this is honestly new to their routine. I know the topic has been sensationalized, but team stretching is not typically part of their pre-practice routine. Guys mostly get warmed up, stretch on their own, go into a walkthrough install period, then do a quick warm-up line before individual drills. So I don't know if the Niners got bullied by social media. I don't know if they said we got to try something else because our roster, majority of it, is injured, but apparently the Niners are switching up at least some of their stretching routine. I find the whole thing to just it's not hilarious because obviously players have been injured, but how they're handling it, they clearly just don't know nobody knows what to do.
Yeah, people are caught off guard that people are so obsessed with the stretching routines for the 49ers that they're just like, okay, I guess.
We got to do, that's the bottom line. You got to do something. You have to do something different. At
the very least, just to make it not a story anymore. You just got to do it just so that people will stop talking about the damn stretching.
Also, friend of the show, Andy Bailey. I owe him a message, by the way. But Andy Bailey predicts the records of every NBA team. I will say it's pretty cut and dry based on where Vegas is. So there's a little spoiler alert for you. But he breaks down every record. Obviously, we're going to focus on the Western Conference. And if you have ever said these words, then this segment is for you. Okay, at the bottom of the 12 o'clock hour, Steve Kerr, and he said this before, which is funny that it went viral this time because he said this a bunch of times. Steve Kerr says, without Steph Curry, he would have been fired within a few years. And I applaud Steve Kerr for being that open, right? Because he's probably correct. And if they don't make a move and they keep Monte Ellis instead of whatever the case is, Steve Kerr is very open about this. And all I could think about, Kyle, as I heard the audio, all I could think about was my father. All I could think about was my father watching those KD Warriors saying, man, I could have coached this team. Steve Kerr is essentially saying, maybe uncles everywhere, fathers everywhere can admit it. Speaking of uncles, Chance the Rapper dropped an album today, okay? And it's really, all the unks got to stand up. Us millennials, okay, who were in your, I don't know, early 20s when Chance, we thought he was going to take over the world. Then he put out that dumpster of an album. He's back, people. He's back.
So okay? This is good?
It's very good. It's very good. There's only a couple dancey type songs. It's more Chance with the bars and hip hop, but the unction, shout out the Clippers. I'm feeling like the Clippers today with Chance the Rapper back, man. He's back.
Okay.
I'm telling you.
Look, you're in a different headspace than me because I was
12 when Chance was popping.
I was in early high school when Coloring Book came out. So like we'll see. Mm-hmm. I haven't listened to Chance the Rapper probably in like 7 years, but
I don't know if all, and Chance doesn't even cuss on a lot of his songs, but I don't know if we're going to be able to flip it and come back with a lot of the songs today, but either way, Kyle, I'll tell you to come in here.
Is it that good?
I'm telling you. Well, look, relatively speaking, he needed this. He needed this. That's what I'm gonna say.
So you're lowering the bar for Chance the Rapper standards.
Maybe a smidge, because you know what? I saw that dude at the Greek in Berkeley, one of the most fun shows I've ever had. So I want him to win. There are people in this life that you just want to win. Tiger Woods is a guy, right? A lot of people want him to win. You have no connection to Tiger Woods.
They?
I think a lot of people want Tiger Woods to win. What was that? 20, whatever, was that 2018? It felt like a long time ago.
Oh, the Masters. I think it was 2019.
29. There's certain people out there that the larger public, they want you to win.
Yeah, but it kind of went from we want you to win to we don't want you to win to, oh, we feel bad for you. Are we in the I feel bad for you stage of Chance the Rapper?
Ask me in a couple weeks. 916-339-1140 as we open up the phone lines on this Feeling Good Friday. And, of course, phone lines are always open on Fridays. We want to hear from you heading into your weekend. Any fun weekend plans? The weather is cooling off a bit. Okay. Are you going to be making your way? I think the Giants are obviously in town, and I don't have River Cats, which means that the A's are taking on Mike Trout and the Angels at Sutter Health Park.
We think. Who knows if Mike Trout's going to play?
Hey, man, it feels like, when I do the FanDuel, he's at about, for example, and let me give you some context. $3,200. I think you get 36 in general, 36,000 to spend. 3,600 is a solid ball player. Okay. Then you get to the high 3,000s. That's your Ronald Acuñas when they're rolling, right? 38, 39,000, 100. And then you get Aaron Judge and Shohei, who are about 4,300. So you can buy them, but you'll have a bunch of $2,100 players. So Mike Trout, he's just a decent ball player now.
No, I get that. He's still an above average hitter this year by most of the baseball metrics. I'm just saying, if we find out in an hour that...
Because I was going to say, go see a future Hall of Famer, but we got to double check that he's playing.
Yeah, he is healthy right now. But my point is, if I heard that he had like bruised ribs and was scratched from a start, would believe it every single time. I will believe Mike Trout is playing when he steps into the batter's box.
Let's see here. The AL wild card. Honestly, you want to hear something interesting but also sad? I'm sitting here and shout out Locked On Giants. New episode is out. Check that out. I'm sitting here trying to explain to Giants fans that there is still a glimmer of hope for the Giants to slide into the playoffs. They'll have to go, I think, 30-11 to get to 89 wins, which is what the Mets got in with last season. Season before, the Diamondbacks got in with 84. They are both 5 games back of the last wild card. The San Francisco Giants in the NL wild card and the Los Angeles Angels in the AL wild card.
And the Angels just swept the Dodgers to get there.
And I think that they have the same exact record, and we all think the Angels stink.
I mean, the Angels are weird. I'll say that. I saw someone post a graphic that like the Angels against the 3 best teams in baseball this year are like 12-2, and against everyone else, they're like 8 games below 500.
So we will break down that A's series coming up. If you're going to be out there, like I said, get the mac and cheese with the brisket. Kyle, tell them.
Tell them, good.
Kyle.
It was pretty good.
There you go. Shout out to Sutter Health Park. Also, Fred Katz, like I said, we got through a whole show without Jonathan Kuminga, which means we going to make up for it today. Fred Katz spoke with an anonymous exec, Fred Katz of The Athletic, and he compared the 22-year-old's talent, the anonymous exec did, he compared the 22-year-old's talent to that of Minnesota Timberwolves defensive stopper Jaden McDaniels. Now, where have I heard that before? On this show. I've said it. Jaden McDaniels with a mix of a baby Giannis, because I think he is more offensively gifted than Jaden McDaniels. This is what the exec said. Here's the quote. McDaniels is great in his role, but JK is more talented and has higher upside if he ever can hit. And I don't know how bad that or how big that if is. It depends on who you talk to, right? I don't know how big the if is. It's big, or it's small enough, I guess you should say, for the Kings to be interested and for the Kings to still be interested. We know the Kings were interested. We know the Suns were interested. And that brings us into that conversation about the open cap space, according to Bobby Marks, going into next season. There are a couple big names on this list, okay? A couple big markets that are going to have cap space. Now, as the season goes on and they decide different things and they make certain decisions, that can change. But Bobby Marks has a list of the teams with the most cap space going into next season, and I look at that as teams that the Kings could be bidding with for Jonathan Kuminga if he takes this qualifying offer. And that's why we're going to have Brett Seagull on in about 45 minutes to help us with all of that and to give us those updates. Also, the Raiders in the desert taking on the Niners. I'm ready to go, Kyle. Niners starters are playing, by the way. Well, the starters that are available are playing, by the way.
The good Niners, you're saying.
You might turn on the TV and not think the Niners starters are playing, but they are. They are playing.
You will see Brock Purdy for at least one drive.
Let's just say that. You'll see Brock Purdy and I think Christian McCaffrey.
Sure.
Okay. So all I know is you're going to, and I'm tired of people hitting me up about Ashton Genty. Look, he had a rough first game. It's preseason, people. Now, if he balls out, I'm going to have some stuff to say. But it's preseason right now.
Yeah, in terms of the starters playing, I don't know if you saw the Cardinals and Kansas City game last week.
Yeah.
Andy Reid did play the starters. Patrick Mahomes played one play.
Right.
He threw a touchdown.
And what's the point of that?
Yeah. He one play, 12-yard touchdown, and then the starters were done. Just, again, you might only get to see Brock Purdy for one play, but you will see him play football.
It's literally just, hey, we want to make sure that we can say we didn't sit him, right? We did play him. We put him out there. Okay, so the Niners, we'll see. They might want to, if I'm the Niners, I would just skip. Just skip. You don't, let's not mess around anymore, man. Just run whoever your last string running back. You cannot take any, they're already on it, right?
Your seventh string safety, since 4 of them are out.
Yeah, you cannot afford any more injuries or anything like that.
But don't worry, Allen. They're going to stretch differently, so there's going to be no injuries during this game.
Well, they are. I see the static stretches. Stretches.
Yeah, it's going to prevent all injuries.
That's right. So, real quick, I wanted to address something. You know, people were hitting me up yesterday about some things that were said on this show, and then things that were referenced on this show actually didn't even really get referenced, but basically my likeness got referenced on another station yesterday. It was all about the A's, right? And kind of the A's, Oakland, Sacramento saga. The station that felt as if I was coming at them, they decided to put something on social media yesterday. And like I said, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it because there's somebody driving the car who has no idea what we're talking about. But long story short, I said what I said about the supporting of the A's in Sacramento and how it's kind of gotten misconstrued. I'm kind of disappointed, if you will, in the response, not because I really care what anybody thinks, especially when the truth has been a little bit contorted to fit what they wanted to say, but I'm just a little bit disappointed because if you had asked me, hey, Allen, this station is going to find out what you said, right? The station's going to find out what you said. How do you think they're going to respond? I could have told you everything that they said. And I would imagine that the conversation, besides they took a couple career jabs at my career, and I didn't think that's where we were at, but that's fair enough. So I would imagine that it went something like this. Hey, it sounds like Stiles is talking about how we're representing the A's. Okay, well, we could give a comeback and talk about why we are doing things the way that we are doing them. Nah, that sounds dumb. Let's just remind everybody that we're from Sacramento and he's not. Let's just run the same old playbook. So it's all fine and good. Like I said, I'm here, man. When my mic is on, if I go at anybody, it's always in between the lines. That's where it'll always be because I check rock, I check ball, and I talk about the situation. I will never take personal shots. I will never take professional shots at anybody. That's not how I get down, and I'm not going to start doing it now. So, like I said, disappointed. I thought we could have a little mini radio wars. Hey, here's my take. You could give me my take back. I could have told you some better things to say if you were going to go in that direction, but you wanted to take weird career jabs at me and basically go in that direction, then just run the same "we're from Sacramento" playbook, take one line that I said out of context and blow it up on your station's actual account, all good. That's how you're getting down. That's not how I get down. Like I said, not going to spend too much time on it. As we continue on here, the Jonathan Kuminga conversation and everything that has kind of gone up and down in said conversation, the reality is, and we're going to ask ChatGPT, the reality is he would make this team more dynamic. I think the anonymous exec saying that Jaden McDaniels is the comp, that should make, and saying he's got a higher upside, that should make Jonathan Kuminga feel good because that's what you should be. That's a combination of a guy who just got his money, right? A guy that is the model right now for what teams want. Good defender, shoots the three ball. I should say willing defender and good defender because you got to want to defend, shoots the three ball, and his offensive bag is coming along. The difference is, and I got to double check when Jaden McDaniels, Jay McDaniels was drafted, the difference is that he wasn't told he was going to be the savior of the franchise, right? At least it doesn't seem like it because they got Anthony Edwards. Jonathan Kuminga, and it's a difference in approach and a difference in expectations. Jonathan Kuminga, he was told that. So he operates a little bit differently. But if I am a Kings fan today, and I hate the anonymous exec stuff. If you're going to say something, you know what I mean, in that context, just say it. So I hate the anonymous exec stuff. But when he's saying stuff like this, I think there are some Kings fans out there that, we've seen them on the text line at 916-339-1140 if you want to be a part of the conversation. We've seen some things on the text line that have said, what's the big deal? We don't need him. He does this, he does that. Now, he doesn't play like Jaden McDaniels, and I think the biggest question is, can you get him to buy in to a role like that? That I don't know yet. That I don't know. When you want to be the number one, number two option, I don't know. Maybe if you say, hey, you're going to be this, but we need it to happen in this way, maybe you approach it differently. But hearing that he is a Jaden McDaniels with higher upside, yeah, you should probably sign up to get that before that hits the open market. Now, what's it here? And if you're not watching on the YouTube, I'm pointing to my brain. Now, what's between the ears, that's a big deal. And it's not about Jonathan Kuminga and his IQ or anything like that. It's about where is your mindset when you go to this next team. Because all we've heard is, I want to be the man. That's all we've heard from Jonathan Kuminga. Great show coming up for you today on this Forward Thinking Friday. The notable games for the Kings. Did the Kings go through the point guard position the right way? Brett Seagull at 11. Teams that will still have cap space and more. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Let's Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. Try the TrackMan experience, the very best technology to fit your metalwoods and irons. The new cutting-edge putter fitting studio with its $30,000 worth of technology is ready for your fitting. Hagen Oaks will help you find the best putter for your game. Hagen Oaks offers more technology, more choices, and more service. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531, 808-2531 for more.
Around here, the summer can smack you silly, especially if your AC is not functioning at a high level. Whitey Gleason here. I had the opposite problem over the winter. System went down. It was panic time, but Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating saved the day. Let them save you from unnecessary summer misery. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, reliable, trustworthy. They do great work. They won awards for their service. Check the reviews at leesair.com. Find out about their $99 HVAC tune-up service. Save your summer now. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating on the web at leesair.com. License number 635355.
The Hagen Oaks Cutting Edge Putter Fitting Studio offers you more technology, more choices, and more service. Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. With $30,000 worth of state-of-the-art technology ready for your fitting, Hagen Oaks will help you make your best putting stroke while finding the best putter design, shape, hosel, length, and loft for your game. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531 for more.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Also, in a couple weeks, how does this work? Am I more Sacramento? How does this work once baby number 2 is born? Because now I got a whole child in Sacramento.
Hey, you're already Sacramento, Allen.
I mean, look, well, I don't know what I can say on the air, but the baby, it all happened in Sacramento, and she's going to be born in Sacramento.
You could have said conceived.
I didn't know if we could do that. Like sandbag. Some of these words, I don't know.
You just got to find other words to describe it. You know how like when you're speaking another language and you don't know the word and then you have to kind of work around? Just do that.
Yeah.
For the dirty words in English.
Shout out to the Sacramento River Cats, by the way. Sutter Health Park. Number 2 is going to be here. And funny enough, and there are probably a lot of families like this, but we will be a family. We will be a family where all 4 of us were born, not different states, but different cities.
Ah, that's kind of fun.
Right? And only the kids are in California. Because I was not born in California.
Ooh, I don't know this lore.
I was born in Virginia, actually. My mom went to Norfolk State. My dad was in the Navy. They met. They had me. I was 5 years old. My little sister was 2. And my mom got a new job. Okay, big wig job back in the 90s. And that brought us out to the Bay Area. So I've been in California since I was about 5 years old. So I'm not born in California. My wife, born in Pennsylvania. My first kid, she was born in the Bay. And now my second kid is as Sacramento as it gets.
Born and soon to be raised.
That's right. As Sacramento as it gets. So I'm excited about that. And that's the other thing. A lot of this gets put into context when you do have a kid on the way. I got bills to pay, man. I got bills to pay. okay? And I'm going to find a way to pay them one way or the other, Kyle. I'm going to tell you that much right now.
Sure, but you're already Sacramento. Don't worry about
well,
that.
I appreciate that, Kyle. But you're in a Padres jersey, Kyle. I don't know if you help it.
No, I'm my own case. My entire adult life has been here in Sacramento. I unfortunately was not lucky enough to have grown up in Sacramento. But
oh yeah, the slums of San Diego.
Yeah, I was unfortunately not born and raised here. I would have been if I could have, but unfortunately I just grew up in the paradise of San Diego and been here my entire adult life.
I've always asked this before. When you live somewhere like San Diego, Miami, Hawaii, where do you vacation? Do you go to cold places? Hey, let's go to Alaska.
You usually just vacation to visit family.
Yeah.
Because
the beach, you got the beach right there.
Oh, yeah. I could walk an hour to the beach when I was a kid. You take a bike, it'd take about 15 minutes. But I guess, yeah, you just usually vacation to visit family. If you have the means, you probably do Hawaii at some point. But other than that, it's not, vacation. You're already in San Diego.
Right. I say the same thing about people in Santa Cruz, right? And shout out Santa Cruz as well. I always wanted, when this is all said and done, and I got my $500 million, Santa Cruz probably on my list of just I just want a random house. I had one of my best friends growing up. He had a summer home in Santa Cruz, and I always said, when I make it big, I'm gonna get a Beamer M3. Dark blue midnight, which I will still get that. And I'm going to have a house in Santa Cruz. And now I just got to do it on principle.
Once the children have graduated college,
no, I'm not waiting.
Be getting it.
I ain't waiting. I can't get the Beamer right now because I think I need a van at this point. But
that's what I'm saying. Once the first kid can drive herself, she can drive her siblings.
Well, she's not driving until college.
We're
not doing that.
Really?
18. Here you go. Now get out.
Okay.
Get out. No, I say that now, but I'm probably going to be here. Take the card. Please just go.
Well, maybe she's going to want it too.
Yeah.
She'll be able to drive agent number 2 and possible future agents.
Well, they're going to have to drive because when they're on Team USA softball, that's the 2 and 3 hitters. They're going to be pretty busy.
2 and 3.
That's right. And shortort and third, I think.
On the same team?
Yes, of course.
Oh, so the agent number 2 is going to be a superstar.
The younger child is always getting trained by the older child, right? We have so many examples of that. And one of these days, while we're still in the dead of summer, we're going to get those names, Kyle. One off the top of my head, Blake Griffin and his brother.
Let's see, is Michael Porter or Jonte Porter the older one? It's got to be Michael.
You think Michael's older? No, Jonte, no disrespect, looks older.
I don't know, man.
I mean, I've seen him on articles. I've never really seen the brother.
I guess there would be an interesting conversation of how many professional athletes are the younger brother.
Yes.
Or younger sister with an older sister.
Let's do some homework on that.
I'm not sure how we're going to be able to figure it out.
We will. Trust me on that.
We
got time. We got all the time in the world. 916-339-1140. Let's get to some of the notable games. Now, I only got to the first, I guess, half of the season and some of the crazy stretches for the Kings, the notable games and stretches. November 1st to November 11th. All right? This stuff is insanity. At Golden State, at Denver, at Milwaukee, at Denver, Golden State, Oklahoma City, Minnesota, and then Denver again. It's just insanity.
So all teams that have either won a championship or been to a conference finals in the last 3 years.
And some of that is just the West, sure, but how does that even happen? I really don't know how that happens.
I think it's just the Milwaukee of it all that kind of stinks.
Yeah.
Right? It's because Denver, Golden State, OKC, Minnesota, okay, tough break. But I mean, if I'm thinking correctly, I think 15 of their games this year are against those 4 teams, right? So 1 out of every 5 games already is going to be against one of those teams. They just got unlucky that they're all stacked back to back.
Here's another one. It gets pretty wild to kick off the new year. And I guess I'm not even going to say Boston at home, or actually before that, you get to end the new year. The December 27th, you host Dallas. Actually, oh my goodness, it just goes on and on. Originally, I had this written down to start on, I think, January 6th, but now I got to go backwards. So you have 2 games against Portland, December 18th and December 20th, and they're not going to be terrible now, right? They actually might be pretty good. So those 2 games, then you host Houston, host Detroit, host Dallas. You take a little LA trip. You got the Lakers a couple days after Christmas. Then you have the Clippers on New Year's Eve. After that, to kick it off on New Year's Day, you host Boston. January 2nd, you get a little break at Phoenix. After that, Milwaukee, Dallas, at Golden State. You host Houston. You host the Lakers. You host the Knicks. And I believe that'll be the return. If I'm not mistaken, that'll be the return of one Mike Brown. It's a crazy stretch
that everyone's looking forward to.
Oh yeah. I mean, he's gonna get. Are we doing it already? Are we doing it? Is he gonna get cheered or booed? He's
gonna get cheered.
He's gonna get cheered. I don't even want to do the conversation because he's gonna get cheered.
Who is the person who's like, I'm gonna boo Mike Brown for what?
Yeah.
Even if you think he deserved to be fired,
he's gone now.
What? Because he sat Keon Ellis one time.
Look, man, you want to ride for Keon Ellis? There are some Keon Ellis. It's Westbrook level with some of the. I got in trouble. I got to be careful whenever I even bring up. I don't even want to bring up Keon Ellis unless I'm talking about how he's top 10 in steals.
The guy
on
who
NBA 2K.
The guy who has the second most playoff wins in Sacramento Kings franchise history is the guy we're going to boo.
I mean, while he was here, and somebody's typing it up right now. While he was here, we saw Brown out of town. While he was here, we saw, Allen, he's got to go. And that's probably something that we'll spend more time on as we get closer to the season. I have no clue what my expectations are for Doug Christie, and I don't think a lot of the Kings fans have any clue what their expectation is for Doug Christie. I really don't. I don't know. All we know is that Kings fans love Doug Christie, but expectations, I have zero. Part of that is a roster.
Yeah.
But I have zero.
It's hard to pin exactly what was down on the coach. I mean, we had the same issue with Mike, right? How do we exactly pin what the coach is doing wrong? And the only easy way is like, hey, does the locker room respect you? Do you have the voices of your star players going to bat for you kind of situation? It's really hard to differentiate, what is roster, what is player, what is coach. It's why I tend not to blame coach. I put more blame on front offices than coaches, only because it's just hard to kind of find the differences in the modern NBA. But people like Doug, and they're certainly going to give him a longer leash.
It's tough because you could make the argument just based on the number of players on the field at one or on the court at one time. And there's a reason I said field, because I would say NBA coaches matter the most, I think, between Major League Baseball, the NFL, and the NBA. I'd probably say coaches matter the most just based on the amount of players on the court. NFL, I don't know. You got the offensive coordinator. Was it you or Whitey told me Bob Melvin, everyone's on Bob Melvin for the lineups. Whitey says he don't even make the lineups. He might make pitching changes, but with analytics, we don't actually know.
Baseball managers,
they're last.
They're vibes.
Yeah.
It's all about vibes with baseball managers. But NFL, I think NFL is the hardest. It's just a different job of coaching, because if you're an NFL head coach, sometimes you're a play caller, obviously, but you're essentially like a CEO if you're running an NFL team. There's just hundreds of people that you're in charge of managing, and you've got 15 different position coaches, and each of them work with 10 different players. Being an NFL coach is a lot closer to being a CEO of like a major company versus like NBA. You've got your coaching staff, but you're mostly working with like 20 guys.
916-339-1140. 916 says, we're doing this again to be the best. You got to beat the best to be their best. There are no easy rides in professional sports. Now, let me say this, 916. There are no easy rides in professional sports, but the harder ride could have come later, right? I think I don't want to be crushed immediately when the season starts. And maybe we won't be. I'm not saying that they will. I'm just saying that I'm waiting for Tankathon to fire up the strength of schedule. It says remaining, so I think maybe they have to wait. I was looking for it yesterday, Kyle, and the schedule just came out yesterday. So I'm sure if we don't have it for you today, we'll have. Did they refresh?
I see it.
Tankathon did?
I see it. Remaining strength of schedule, 80 games.
I was checking that all night last night. All right, let's get to that strength of schedule when we return. I'll try to guess where the Kings are at. And Malcolm Brogdon, still available. You want him? Apparently the T-Wolves do. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale, up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery with the purchase of any smart bed. Ends Monday. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Big year. I'm starting middle school.
Welcome to the jungle, Missy.
Best part? My parents promised me a new laptop.
Perfect for homework, essays, and drudgery.
So we went to Staples. They had all the latest tech, and laptops were up to 40% off.
Woo! Another back-to-school budget saved by Staples Easy Button.
Mom high-fived the cashier. So embarrassing.
Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. In T23, select models only.
Go on a culinary adventure at one of Europe's biggest food events coming to the Americas, Terra Madre. Discover more flavors to savor, more ideas to chew on, more voices shaping the future of food. Join chefs Alice Waters, Sean Sherman, and Jeremiah Tower for tastings, pop-ups, food demos, and panels, all celebrating good, clean, and fair food for all. Terra Madre Americas, September 26th through 28th in Sacramento. Savor the journey. Visit TerraMadreUSA.com for more details. Terra Madre Americas is supported by Sacramento International Airport and brought to you by Slow Food and Visit Sacramento.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
High Voltage live boxing action returns to the venue on September 6th as Uppercut Promotions presents 6 big fights featuring undefeated fighters. Thunder Showdown September 6th at the venue at Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Tickets at Ticketmaster. Fight card subject to change.
Allen Stiles. You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
916-339-1140. 916, this is an interesting approach here. 916 says, Allen, less worrying about when the Kings play the hardest teams. It's like worrying about if your blind date is ugly or not. If they're ugly, that ain't going to change. I think someone cooked here. I don't know how, but I'm going to say you're right, 916. I am going to say you're right. I'm not completely sure how you're right, but I'm going to say you're right. Kyle is on the phone lines right now. We are about to figure out where Tankathon has the Kings slotted. Because just because the first 20 games are tough, that doesn't mean that the Kings have a tough schedule. And I would imagine all of the Western Conference teams, all of their teams are on the top half of the remaining of the strength of schedule? It has to be.
Mostly Western Conference teams near the top, although it is more of a healthier mix than I would imagine. Now, the other thing to note is because so many of the games are similar, better teams right now are going to have, relatively speaking, easier strength of schedules only because they're not playing themselves.
Right.
So
yeah,
that's just, again, relatively speaking. That helps.
All
so
right.
with that being said, do you want to take a guess?
Let's hear from Rick first. Let's hear from Rick, who wants to be a part of the conversation, talk some. It's not me, people. Rick wants to talk Kuminga, and then we'll get to the Tankathon strength of schedule. What's up, Rick? Happy Friday. What you got for us?
Hey, you too, Alan. Hey, I think Kuminga will just make the Kings all around stronger. I think that their success, maybe you're looking 43, 44 wins. I think it takes the stress off unlike De'Aaron Fox, I think they were easier to guard in the fourth quarter because it was all about De'Aaron. I think it opens it up that you have 3 or 4 players that'll be dangerous come the fourth quarter on the close game. It'll take stress off of Keegan Murray. I think it'll actually raise his productivity because he won't have that pressure that he has to be productive because you have Kuminga, you have Sabonis, you'll have other people on the court that can score. So I think it'll be harder to guard them in crunch time. So it'll hurt the Warriors because I think it'll actually put the Kings ahead of the Warriors as far as wins go because you know that Stephen Curry is going to miss games. He's been missing quite a few games the last 3 or 4 years, and that may be one reason why the Warriors are reluctant to give him up because they actually need him. Knowing that Curry's most likely going to miss some games. Anyway, take your comments out there. And Alan, who cares what anyone says, man?
Thanks for the call, Rick. Great stuff. I appreciate you. Rick. And I know, but I'm not going to get back into it. But
it's too late for that.
When it goes when it goes to the career stuff, I really was just going to let it go. I was curious what would come of it. And I thought, oh, okay, that's where we went. Oh, man, I thought we were actually going to be able to have a debate about this. But thanks for the call, Rick. As far as what Rick said regarding the Warriors, I do think it is interesting what he said because Kuminga does have to play if he is on that team, and he is trying to raise his value, right? So the Warriors side of things, of course, everything is always tougher for the Warriors, right? So, of course, I'm still following my guys, Dalton Johnson, Bonte Hill. So I'm seeing them react to the schedule release, all right? And Bonte says the early back-to-backs and 6-game road trip in November stick out to me for a couple reasons. Managing Curry, Butler, and Draymond's minutes is going to be prioritized. Playing those young athletic teams on that road trip is a tone setter in the loaded Western Conference. Getting off to a great start is crucial for this roster. That's what Bonte said. And to me, if you care that much, and this is actually I know it feels like we've touched every different angle of the Jonathan Kuminga saga, but based on what Rick said, great call, Rick, by the way, and what Bonte is saying, could the Warriors say, look, we don't really care that Kuminga is going to be that upset because as much as he's not going to enjoy his time, we know he wants to make his money. So Jonathan Kuminga early on, he cooked as much as he cooked last season because Warriors did have injuries. DeAnthony Melton went down. Steph missed time. Draymond missed time. These dudes are old. They're going to miss time. So if they feel like a disgruntled Jonathan Kuminga is still going to help them more than Malik Monk on top of, now this goes back to what Rick said, on top of the fact that they'd have to send out another rotation piece in Moses Moody or Buddy Hield. We can joke about Buddy Hield if you want, but that's the reality. They would be losing 2 players simply to acquire Malik Monk. You could, and every season matters, you could kind of see them say, hey, once we get on the court, we're going to figure out what this thing actually is. We're going to get the vibes right. We're going to say, hey, Kuminga, we're going to do what we can for you. And you're going to ride off into the sunset, maybe with another ring, hopefully in their mind. Not that I believe it, but in their mind, and you're going to get paid. right? That is an approach that we haven't really talked about.
Yeah, I think that if Kuminga does take a multi-year contract, even if there's a team option, I think there's at least a path to reconciliation and coming into the locker room and being like, hey guys, I'm here. I know it took a while, but like, let's do this thing. I'm here for 2 years kind of situation.
Right.
If he takes the qualifying offer, that's where it becomes like,
do you think it's just the vibes are just fried?
It's just messy. I'm not saying the vibes are fried. I'm just saying it's messy.
But it's settled though.
But then he has to go into the locker room with those guys being like, hey guys, I don't want to be here.
I don't really think there's a difference though between the deal and no deal.
Because I think he relinquishes control in the other situation. In the qualifying offer one, he could do the Ben Simmons phone in his pocket thing. He could do he could do all that stuff.
You're saying he just doesn't play.
I mean, whatever he wants to do.
Hey, my pinky hurts.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think
if he
the
takes
other side of that is, I don't know what his agent thinks, but do they think his value will stay as it won't increase, right? But do they think his value will stay as is if they pull something like that off? Kyle, on 2026, more Babatunde, he joined the crew. Our team's going to be like, yeah, let's bring, why, right? Every single season there, and I know Kuminga has elite skywalking ability and athleticism, but every single season there's a new batch. There's a new crop.
I mean, teams still traded for Ben Simmons, and I know Ben Simmons is not Kuminga, but like, a team still traded for Ben Simmons after everything that happened. A team still traded for Jimmy Butler. Multiple teams have traded
but
for
they're proven.
Yeah, I get it. And that's why Kuminga is taking such a risk by going down this path. And fortunately, he has teams that are interested at a price he's okay with, but like, that's why Kuminga's taking the risk and giving up the money now is saying that I believe there will be someone who wants me.
Yeah. I personally, look, I don't know that the Warriors are correct in their assessment as far as their culture is concerned, because somebody did get knocked the bleep out in that culture when they were actually good. Was that after the championship?
Yes, it was the training camp after they won the finals.
In 2020, then he got paid. That season was boo-boo, and then they traded Jordan Poole.
He got punched before he ever played a game on that new contract.
Yes. Well, he didn't have the contract.
No, he did have the contract.
No, trust me on this. The punch was basically, hey, we're sorry you got punched. Look it up.
Draymond, you're saying Draymond or Poole?
Poole. Poole got punched. He was not on contract yet. Trust me. I am getting old. Shout out to the unction, but I'm about 90% sure.
So he agreed to the contract. I don't know.
Now you got to look up when the punch was.
Yeah. I know when the punch was. The punch was definitely 2022.
No. I know. We're arguing months here. It's all good. So when we return, and like I said, this Jonathan Kuminga situation, and thanks to Rick kind of giving us a different avenue of it, we are going to hear from, I would say, one of the busiest media members right now in the NBA, Brett Seagull, who is just feeding us. Okay, New Music Friday. I had a lot of my artists come out. I said, this is what I text my friends. We eating good tonight. Brett Seagull Scoops, more articles. In addition to Seagull Scoops, we've been eating good in August. When does that happen? Brett Seagull joins us for a little bit of Seagull Scoops when we return. Don't move. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Labor Day, our annual celebration of workers and their achievements, was first observed in New York, and the first Monday in September became a national holiday in 1894. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Each year we commemorate Labor Day with parades, picnics, and family gatherings. And right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings is celebrating with their exceptional whole store Labor Day sale. Would you like to refresh your living room? Would you like to restyle your bedroom? Maybe you want to redesign your home office. No matter whether it's your dining room, kids' rooms, accents, or accessories, Naturewood's unique store-wide Labor Day sale offers savings in every department and savings on every brand like Stanton, Omnia, Stickley, Flex Steel, and all the rest of the award-winning furniture. When it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable Labor Day sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
Summer's flying by, and that back-to-school checklist, it's growing fast. New backpack? Check. School supplies? Check. Dentist appointment? Let's fix that. Kids Care Dental and Orthodontics is making it easy to cross dental checkups off your summer list fast, with priority scheduling for new patients and kid-friendly care that makes them smile. It's one less thing to worry about before fall. Call now or book online at kidscaredental.com. That's kidscaredental.com, because healthy smiles should be the easiest thing to check off your summer list.
When I was in Iraq, our convoy was hit. It was bad. After I came home, I could still hear booms and see tracer fire. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
With help from DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
DAV provides a lifetime of support to veterans of every generation, helping more than 1 million veterans each year.
Today, I'm part of DAV. We're veterans helping veterans to get the benefits they've earned. And I give my veterans my all.
But there's more to be done and more victories to be won.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Naomi Mathis, thank you for your service. May your victories inspire many more. Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
$11. We even got you back early. That's how you know we're rocking and rolling on a Friday. We got you back. I said, Kyle, let's get back 2 minutes early because I need Brett Seagull on the line as soon as possible. Brett Seagull joins us of Clutch Points as he does. Brett, this is becoming a little tradition with us on Friday, and I appreciate it, and I know for a fact our listeners appreciate it. How you doing, Brett? Happy Friday.
I'm doing well, Alan. Thanks for the invite. And obviously, yeah, every Friday it seems like that there's something new to talk about with this Jonathan Kuminga saga, whether it's the Warriors side of things, whether it's the Kings side of things. It's always something going on. And until we have a solution to this, it seems like this is what we're going to be doing.
Well, you did not even wait till Friday. You had the Seagull scoops, and then you had a separate article that kind of broke down some of the, I guess, issues, if you will, and just the situation that is the Malik Monk deal and that possibility, and Jonathan Kuminga talking to Brett Seagull, national NBA insider and reporter for Clutch Points. Brett, let's start here. How willing do you think the Warriors are to actually allow Jonathan Kuminga to take the qualifying offer and pretty much lose him after this season for nothing?
Well, all indications I've gotten is that they're done with the sign and trade route, that there's nothing out there that they think is of value right now. Could that change? We'll see. Could a team like the Chicago Bulls, if they were to agree to a deal with Josh Giddey, could they get involved? Will the Kings offer change at all? Those are all hypothetical questions that we can ask. But right now, the Warriors are out on sign and trades. That's the indications that I've been getting. That's kind of what it's been over these last 2 weeks since that last Kings offer. And so we're at this point now where there were three options. There's now two. It's either Kuminga can accept that 2-year offer from the Warriors around $45 million. It has a team option in year 2, and he would have to waive his no trade clause that he gets. Or he can sign the qualifying offer, which the Warriors still don't see him necessarily doing. It's still a path, and Kuminga's camp continue to say that it's an option that they will explore to the very last minute. But the thing is that the Warriors don't see him doing that because he'd be essentially giving up $14 to $15 million in guaranteed salary. Mm-hmm. He gives up having that longevity of a contract, possibly being moved to another team. So there's a lot of nuances, I guess you can say, to accepting the qualifying offer versus just taking that deal and hoping to get traded. But it really does seem like that neither side has found what they want at this time. And that's kind of where we are in the holdup. And until we get closer to that deadline point of, hey, somebody needs to budge, we need to make a move, it just seems like that we're just in this kind of long string that we don't see an end to.
Talking to Brett Seagull of Clutch Points. If he takes a qualifying offer, Brett, we've been saying on this show, if you want Jonathan Kuminga on the Kings, we want Jonathan Kuminga to continue saying that he will take the qualifying offer, but we don't actually want him to take the qualifying offer because he would have the ability to waive or he would have the ability to say no to a trade, right? So let's break this down. If he took the qualifying offer, right, is there any situation that you see where if the Warriors said, hey, the Kings want you, we actually figured out a deal on that qualifying offer, where he would okay a trade? Or do you think once he takes that qualifying offer, why would I do a trade? You know, if the Kings say, hey, we're going to extend you once you get in the building, no, I'm just going to wait to get to unrestricted free agency. Is there any world where taking the qualifying offer could help the Kings? Or, like I said, is it good for him to threaten the qualifying offer but not actually sign the qualifying offer?
It's an interesting question because if he was to accept the qualifying offer, he's basically doing what he doesn't want, and that's returning to the Warriors. So if he's returning to them for 1 year and he's at peace with doing so, and he's going to compete with them and try to win a championship there and live up to their championship aspirations, maybe he wouldn't be as open to a trade for that 1 year and just hit unrestricted free agency in 2026. But I think personally that if he was to opt into that qualifying offer, that's not a good scenario for the Kings because his trade value is going to decrease in terms of money. Mm-hmm. It's going to leave the Warriors without a lot of options to create a trade package for him. So that Malik Monk talk, the DeMar DeRozan potentially being moved, those are completely out the door now, because those are two very different cap figures than the $7.9 million that Jonathan Kuminga would be opting into. So from the Warriors standpoint, it becomes a lot harder to trade him, not just because of that no trade clause, but because you now only have a $7 to $8 million buffer that you can really use in these trade discussions as your max talking point. Whereas if he was to agree to this new contract, a 2-year $45 million, you're talking $18, $19, $20 million that you can move in the middle of the year. That's good enough to do a one-on-one trade for a Malik Monk. That's good enough to move him to another team for some kind of high-profile player or well-known player. So that's kind of where things lie at this point. Is Jonathan Kuminga's future isn't with the Warriors, regardless if he signs with them or takes the qualifying offer. It's just a matter of what his price point is going to be, and that's ultimately going to dictate his trade value for the next year.
Now, Brett, talking to Brett Seagull, national NBA reporter and insider for Clutch Points. Now, Brett, you said a name, and I know you were just saying it as far as the contracts are concerned, but since we're here, I'm just going to ask you just to be very clear. You said DeMar DeRozan, but as far as you know and as far as we've been told, the Warriors, even if Kuminga were to take the 2-year deal, the Warriors would be, I guess, more in on Malik Monk than DeRozan, or could they Could they be swayed by maybe his vet status? He's a future Hall of Famer. Is there any world where DeMar DeRozan could excite them at any point in time?
Right now, I would say no before the season, but obviously when the season starts, we don't know what's going to happen. Well, like what happens if you're the Warriors and Jimmy Butler pulls a calf or something and he's going to be down for 2 or 3 months?
Yeah.
Do you then have the ability to make a trade for DeMar DeRozan, whose contract isn't guaranteed for the 26-27 season in full? And so you could bring him in as a replacement, and all of a sudden you have another all-star that you can turn to. So that's kind of where I'm at with DeMar DeRozan is I don't think he has much trade value right now this offseason. It's going to be more of those things, more one of those situations where things come up during the season and other teams can then explore the option of adding him, given that it's not a long-term deal like Malik Monk. And from another sign and trade perspective, the Warriors were talking with the Suns. It's different than trading for Grayson Allen or Royce O'Neal, who still have 3 more years left on their contract. A guy like DeMar DeRozan, you can really look at it as a 1-year contract in a way, similar to what they did with Chris Paul when they traded Jordan Poole to the Wizards and they had that opt-out after 1 year having him. So I think that's kind of where I'm at evaluating DeMar DeRozan's value. Obviously, I still think that he's going to start the season with the Kings, barring something unexpected. He hasn't been involved in this chatter for Jonathan Kuminga. That's not a path that either side is going down right now. But I know that we've talked about in the past, too, that if the Kings were to trade for Jonathan Kuminga, what's going to really change with this roster? Because it's kind of a lateral move for him in a sense where he's going to be behind Zach LaVine. He's going to be behind Domantas Sabonis. He's going to be behind DeMar DeRozan. So does that then open up an option to move a guy like DeRozan somewhere else? And that's definitely a big question that we don't really have an answer to at this time. It's really unknown how much the Kings value DeMar DeRozan and how much Scott Perry and this new front office really want him there for the full year.
Like you were saying earlier, Brett, how this thing could get dragged all the way out to the end of September. Has anything changed as far as the timeline on all of this at all?
I think for all 4 of these restricted free agents, we're going to start getting a little more clarity and some more information after Labor Day. Obviously, most of the teams, most of players are finishing up or just going on their vacations now in August. It's a very dead period. There's not much talk really of stuff getting done right now just because there's not an urgency to do so. It's basically like unrestricted free agency. The deadline is right when that window opens. You have June 30th and that whole first week. That's when most of the deals get done. Restricted free agency, the window doesn't really open up, many could say, until the end of August or early September, just because they don't need to rush into anything unless the two sides are cool and had already discussed a deal to begin with. All 4 of these situations, though, that's not the case. Each side is very far apart in discussions by at least $10 million per player. That they've been far apart when you look at the Bulls of Josh Giddey, Quentin Grimes, the Sixers. Cam Thomas probably the most likely to accept his qualifying offer at this point because his expectations are completely unrealistic compared to what the rest of the league and the Nets value him at. So all these situations, I think we're going to get a little more clarity on after Labor Day, probably that first week of September. And that may be when we see the Warriors be more willing to talk sign and trades again. Maybe there's another avenue that opens up for them, or maybe they just see this as, hey, Jonathan Kuminga doesn't want to be here. We don't want to deal with a toxic situation. Let's just get the best we can. So those are all still paths that I would say are out there. Right now in August, though, over these next 2 weeks, those avenues are shut. They're not exploring signing trades right now. They have their offer out there. That's what's firm to Jonathan Kuminga. And they're going to see if anything budges between now and Labor Day when everybody comes back from their vacations, everybody starts getting back in the gym, and the attention really does shift to the 25-26 season of, hey, we need to get our guys in this building. We need to get our signings done. Let's get this. Let's find a conclusion to the Kuminga saga.
Talking to Brett Seagull, national NBA insider and reporter for Clutch Points. All right, Brett, I think we've talked enough about Jonathan Kuminga. I want to throw in a couple other names and a couple other teams. So I was going back and forth, Brett, with some Westbrook fans that essentially tried to tell me on social media that Westbrook turned down Eastern Conference teams because he wants to play for a Western Conference team, specifically in California, be closer to his family, and that's where the Kings come in. Do you know and I just asked them, do you have any reporting of that? They're fans. They did not have any reporting. They just got mad at me. Do you know of any other teams showing interest in Westbrook? It's just peculiar to me that he's willing to just sit around and wait for the Kings. What am I missing?
I think if he had a very firm offer on the table from a team that would have offered him opportunity for 20 plus minutes a game, I'm pretty sure he would have taken that, because I don't think any team is going to sign him for anything more than the minimum at this point. So if he had already gotten that from a team, me personally, I think he would have taken that. I don't know if he had a firm offer from an Eastern Conference team and he turned that down. I'm not going to definitively say that's false, but looking around at what the market is, and if he was given a roster spot by a team, I find it hard to believe that he would have turned that down. Just looking at some of these teams that are out there, there are still needs at the point guard position. Obviously, he's been linked to the Kings, but one team that I've looked at is maybe the Atlanta Hawks. They still have an open roster spot. You need some depth behind Trae Young, and you can bring in a former MVP that can run with some of those young guys and play in transition. So if they needed a point guard, I could see that fit. Obviously, in the Western Conference, a team like the Timberwolves, I don't think that they're going to go after Russell Westbrook. It seems like that they have some other point guard guys on their radar, but that's a team that still needs a guard. Obviously, a team like the Phoenix Suns have been linked to Russ in the past, and they could use another point guard. So there's still opportunity out there, and I think that Russ is in one of those holding patterns because of some of those other free agent guards that are out there. A guy like Malcolm Brogdon, a guy like Ben Simmons. Where do they potentially end up? And I think that those are the first few dominoes that will fall late in free agency before we can then say, okay, Russ is the premier point guard out here. What team still needs a guard? And that's ultimately when he'll find his spot.
And that's a good point, Brett, and kind of leads me into another question. Shams had said this was going to be the craziest offseason ever. Look, some people are getting on Shams, but I do think the beginning was pretty crazy. We just knew Kevin Durant was leaving, so there wasn't a surprise factor. But with that being said, you bringing up, and I saw the report as well about the Timberwolves and obviously this Kuminga thing. With that being said, do you think there's another wave of moves that will happen? And if so, when can we expect that possible second wave?
Well, this offseason had a chance to be really grand and really spectacular. And the main reason for that is because so many teams entered the offseason signaling that they were going to cut major costs. And if you're going to cut major costs, that means all-stars are going to be on the move. Big contracts are going to be moved. We're going to see more than just a Michael Porter Jr. type contract moved. And so teams are looking to get out of the second apron. Teams are looking to move out of the first apron. And there was a lot of unknown with how they were going to operate under these new jurisdictions of the CBA and the apron rules, because teams are still getting used to them. They're still trying to adjust what their cap sheets are going to look like for the next 2, 3, 4 years. And that's why this offseason did have a lot of potential. Obviously, it didn't necessarily live up to the fullest hype, but we still saw a lot of these big contracts on the move. I mean, a guy like Kristaps Porzingis, Drew Holiday, Michael Porter Jr., Kevin Durant, those are all guys that are making over $30 million that are now in new spots. In free agency, we knew it wasn't that big of a free agency class compared to previous years, but we still saw plenty of these sign-in trades, like Duncan Robinson going to the Pistons, Nickeil Alexander-Walker going to the Atlanta Hawks, Dorian Finney-Smith, although it wasn't a sign-in trade, he ended up joining the Houston Rockets from the Lakers. So I think that there was a good amount of movement to excite some of these fan bases that these teams are now joining. Obviously not as big names as we saw at the trade deadline, but that's kind of the nature of how the league has traded, or how the league has changed. The trade deadline has turned into mini free agency in a way where a lot of these guys that have 1 year left or 2 years left on their contracts are being moved prematurely and early on before they are able to hit unrestricted free agency. And that's why I think that we see a lot more excitement around the trade deadline than in the offseason. But to answer the second part of your question of will we see a second wave, I think that the restricted free agent market definitely has something to do with that. So what will happen with Jonathan Kuminga is obviously the biggest question mark. The others are kind of predictable. Quentin Grimes is going to be staying with the 76ers. That's kind of the indications I've gotten at this point. It's just a matter of what that number looks like. Cam Thomas potentially accepting his qualifying offer. Josh Giddey staying with the Bulls. So really, if we are to have fireworks in the restricted free agent market, it's going to be Jonathan Kuminga in a sign and trade and what that would potentially look like. But I do think that there is potential to see more deals done. We didn't really see the Karl-Anthony Towns trade happening last year until it did. I think that we could see something similar to that when guys get back in training camp, teams evaluate who's healthy, they evaluate their needs, and maybe there is an all-star or two that gets moved before the season. So I do think that we will see another trade or two before the season starts. I don't necessarily know if it's going to live up to the same hype as a Karl-Anthony Towns type trade or a Kel Bridges type trade. But I do think that we'll see at least one or two trades still made.
One more for you, talking to Brett Seagull, national NBA insider and reporter for Clutch Points. Brett, you mentioned the Bucks a little bit in your Seagull scoop. They were trying to get Andrew Wiggins. By the way, that Andrew Wiggins price tag from the Heat, that one did make me chuckle. But you talked about the Bucks and they were interested in Andrew Wiggins. What is the situation with the Bucks? Are they waiting for a green light from Giannis? Do you see them maybe trying to make another move? They're a team that I've told people to keep an eye on without source information, but just the fact that they want to keep Giannis around and Giannis might still leave. I thought maybe a DeMar DeRozan could act as a Chris Middleton type of player. What are the Bucks waiting for, if they're waiting for something, and what is their approach right now?
Well, they want to reassure Giannis that this is the place for him for the rest of his career. Obviously, they don't want to see a player like that walk out the door and request a trade, so that's why they made their move for Miles Turner, and they dumped Damian Lillard to do so, knowing that he wouldn't be ready this year. They go and get a center in Miles Turner who can play on both ends of the floor, a better upgrade than Brook Lopez was for this team, and a more dynamic center in that aspect for Giannis to play alongside. But not much has changed with their roster. You still got Kyle Kuzma, you bring back Bobby Portis, most of those guards from last year, like Kevin Porter Jr., Ryan Rollins, Gary Trent Jr., they're all back. And nothing has really changed in terms of Giannis having to play hero ball to essentially carry the Bucks in the Eastern Conference. So if I'm Giannis and I'm looking at this, I'm not going to say I'm disappointed necessarily, but it's kind of what was expected because the Bucks didn't have cap space. They don't own any of their draft picks because they've given up all of them in other trades for Drew Holiday through the years, for Damian Lillard, and they're basically stuck with what they have. So unless you're able to flip Kyle Kuzma into something, unless you're able and willing to trade Bobby Portis for something, there's not really many moves that you could make. So when I'm looking at this from an outside perspective and trying to get a gauge on what Giannis thinks, because I want to make this clear, nobody in the league knows what Giannis is thinking or knows what he's going to do, because Giannis is one of those guys similar to Kawhi in the sense that he has a very, very tight circle and they don't talk. So if anybody's claiming that they have information on Giannis and he hasn't said it, I'd take that with a grain of salt. But in respect to Sham's report, I do think that he's still evaluating his future. And I say that because of what this roster looks like. There's nothing about the Bucks that signals championship contender right now. Obviously, Miles Turner, I think that was a good move for them to make because there was nothing else they could really do to fill Damian Lillard's slot. But you still have major question marks on this roster of who's going to be the number 3 guy. Is that good enough to compete in a weaker East with top-heavy teams like the Cavs and the Knicks? To me, this team doesn't look like anything that can get past the Eastern Conference semifinals unless Giannis is just able to carry them to that point, which is possible. He's still number 1, number 2 in the world in terms of being one of those top guys. So can he carry this team? Yeah, he absolutely can, similar to how LeBron James carried the Cavaliers earlier in his career. But the times have changed and teams are different. They have more depth. The Bucks don't have that kind of depth. I don't see them being a championship contender, which is why teams are still monitoring Giannis Antetokounmpo. They still think that there's a chance that he could request a trade. And when we're looking at this maybe a year from now, because I don't necessarily think that this is going to be something that happens midseason. Could it? Yeah, absolutely. But I don't think he's going to request a trade midseason. I think that he's going to give the Bucks the benefit of the doubt for the time being. But in 2026, when this becomes a major talking point, I think that this is something that's much more of a storyline than a headline at this point. I think that we could realistically see Giannis Antetokounmpo request a trade in the near future.
Okay, and thank you for that, Brett. But just to confirm, you don't see a world, I think a lot of us weren't sure if there was a timeline going into this season, you think that Giannis is prepared and the Bucks are prepared for Giannis to start the 2025-2026 season with the Bucks. There won't be any kind of emergency moves or desperation moves because he might not be willing to commit to them long term, but you believe that the Bucks believe, and even Giannis, that this isn't going to happen before the season starts.
I think as of right now, with where we're at on August 15th, I'm leaning more towards him staying with the Bucks. Now, that could change when he comes back from his time with the Greek national team. That could change once he gets into training camp. And Allen, you know how much things change in the NBA. One day it's one thing, the next it's completely different. And I think that's something that the average fans don't necessarily pick up on, is how quick of a landscape this changes. So tomorrow it could be a completely different story. And I think, like we mentioned, it's all what Giannis wants, and nobody knows what that answer is. I think he knows deep down in his heart what the answer is and what he's been thinking this offseason. And we'll get a better picture of that once we get around the time of training camp. And I think that's where we talk about that second wave of around that time of when the restricted free agent market picks back up, the rest of free agency picks up, teams start talking trades again. That's where that Giannis situation lies right now. And that's why I'm not giving up on saying that this could still be a wild offseason, because there are two ways to it. There's that initial unrestricted free agency phase, teams still trying to clear some money like we saw with the Celtics. And then when all these guys get back in the gym, players can evaluate where they're at, stars can evaluate their situations. That's when we get a better picture going into the new season of what's going to happen with each team, what each player evaluates their future as. And in Giannis's case, he'll be able to truly look at the Bucks and say to himself, is this a team that I can win a championship with? And if the answer is no, maybe we get a resolution to this problem sooner than later, and maybe he requests a trade in training camp. But as of right now, August 15th, I'm leaning more towards him staying with the Bucks.
Brett Seagull, he just doesn't disappoint. Brett, thank you so much for joining us. That was great stuff, man, as always. Brett Seagull, national NBA and insider and reporter for Clutch Points. Go check out all of his work on clutchpoints.com. Also, check him out on social media, one of the best follows out there on X. Brett, thank you so much. Have a good weekend. Happy Friday, and we will do this again very, very soon.
I appreciate it, Alan. Have a good one.
Thank you so much to Brett Seagull. And man, oh man, where do we start? Yeah, I guess I wasn't sure. We'll go backwards here a little bit. I wasn't sure if the Giannis timeline could bleed into this season. Sounds like it does. I don't know, man. I mean, like I said, everybody likes Giannis because he ate an Oreo and he had never had one before, and he's funny, and he's got TikTok now, and he's with streamers. But I don't know. And they got the championship. If you're a Bucks fan, you obviously don't want him to leave, but it would be a little annoying that it's just always kind of hanging around. You don't have a timeline. He's probably not going to say anything going into this season. It's almost as if, look, if you're going to, it's like when you don't know in a relationship and they're starting to act a little weird. You're still having good times, still going out, still enjoying yourself, but it just seems like something is off. Right. And you're just wondering, hey, what are we doing here? Is everything good? It's like ominous, I think I would say. Probably a very ominous feeling with Bucks fans. If you're going to go. Just tell us. Just rip the Band-Aid off. Just break up with us. We just want to know, are we good? Are we good or not? Or is this going somewhere? It's a little different, though, because, like, the Bucks are perfectly happy with the relationship. It's like, hey, we tried. We've been essentially all in for 7 years now. We have no other way to go all in. It's like, we've given you all that we have. Is that not enough going forward? Yeah. That's kind of the tough part of this. I guess in my mind, the term hostage comes up. Is he holding the Bucks hostage? And maybe it's just the most fair hostage situation out there. Hey, I think the reason I'm calling it a hostage situation because I believe that Giannis is going to leave. That's what I believe. Because if you're not, What else are you waiting for? The team is not great. Dame is gone, right? I feel like Giannis knows already, and obviously I'm not in Giannis's brain, but I just feel like he knows already. There's nothing. These brothers, they're calling about Andrew Wiggins. They have no more moves left.
Yeah, I feel like Giannis is one day going to play for another team. I just don't know if that's going to be 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, or 6 years.
Nobody does. Nobody knows. When we return, let's break down everything Brett had to say. Also, Bobby Marks tells us all the teams that will have significant cap space going into next season. And some of them might surprise you. Around Southside on Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Fidium Fiber.
I'm Ophelia Young in the KCRA3 Weather Center. Sunny skies and light winds are in the forecast for your Friday as temperatures warm to highs in the upper 80s and low 90s. Temps cool back to 70s after dinner. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
It's about time they
fix that pothole.
Invented better windshield wipers.
Made an internet that just works. Fidium Fiber Internet, starting at only $30 a month. It feels like Fidium. Offer available to residential customers only. Terms and conditions apply. See Fidium.com for details.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made $15 bills. But it turns out that's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hello, I'm Frank Cockroach, Retirement Security Centers with Weekly Economic Update. U.S. jobless claims came in at 224,000 for the week ending August 9th, under economist expectations, but staying within a healthy range. Job market momentum remains fragile after a disappointing July payroll report of just 73,000 new jobs, along with downward revisions to earlier months. Meanwhile, wholesale inflation surged unexpectedly. U.S. producer prices rose 0.9% in July, the strongest monthly gain since mid-2022, and 3.3% year over year. This may raise fresh doubts about whether the Federal Reserve will cut rates this fall. Adding to the economic swirl, President Trump ramped up tariffs, imposing duties as high as 41% on imports from Canada, Switzerland, and more, despite mounting concerns over the repercussions. Against the backdrop of weakening trust in economic institutions, Trump replaced the Bureau of Labor Statistics head with E.J. Antoni, igniting criticism over potential politicizing of crucial data. How might this affect you or your family? Please go to frankontheradio.com to schedule an appointment, watch videos, and receive market updates. I'm ready to help you start your journey so you can define your future.
Securities and investment advisory services offered through Mosaic Wealth, member FINRA SIPC. Mosaic Wealth is separately owned in other entities and or marketing names, products, or services referenced here are independent of Mosaic Wealth.
Hey, this is Greg Papa. Are you working through a major insurance claim? SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to, not what just some adjuster working for an insurance company thinks you should get. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with Golf to Go. I love spending a day on the golf course with invited friends, but not with uninvited mosquitoes, which can carry serious diseases like West Nile virus. Don't let mosquito bites ruin your round or your health. Stay safe while playing golf, hiking, or enjoying the outdoors with family. Defend yourself with insect repellent. For tips about your golf game, listen for Golf to Go. But for more tips on protecting yourself and your home from mosquitoes, visit fightthebite.net.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Top 100 teacher and PGA Master Professional Kelly Stenzel offers some short game rules in Golf Magazine. 1. Stay still while putting. 2. Lean into chips with weight slightly forward during the shot. 3. For less distance, use a shorter swing and narrower stance. 4. hit the ground to get true launch. Make a divot to get the ball in the air. 5, to hit a great bunker shot, dig your feet into the sand. 6, swing length controls natural speed. Swing and stroke should be relatively equal back and through in size and rhythm. 7, pivot for pitches so the clubhead glides underneath the ball, launching it high with spin. 8, write it down. Calibrate your short game and put it on paper. Having some basic guidelines and a plan for your short game can make a huge difference without having to always rely on feel. Look for the full story at golf.com. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
The Unction, Chance the Rapper, is back. New album, so Kyle found the clean version for me, taking you up to 2 p.m. I guess that kind of fits as a different version of a Flashback Friday. It's not old music, but it's somebody who was popping.
But it's
before I was a parent.
It's old music.
I do like in those, he always has to, there are a couple odes to when he was popping, and it's also funny because are you doing those odes because this is still your swag or because it's an ode, right? We don't know.
So it's always tough, right? Because some artists, I'm just going to use Taylor Swift as an example, just for the easiest.
Yeah.
Like Taylor Swift has songs that were popular in 2005 and songs that were 2009 and 2019. So like sometimes it transcends eras a little bit because Chance was only really popping in like 2015. It feels like it's an ode to when he was.
Well, that's disrespectful, Kyle.
Look, Chance the Rapper is a very specific
I'm gonna go
time.
look up my concert, and if that was in 2015, then you were probably right. It was longer. It was a couple years.
What was Coloring Book? 2014?
You know what's crazy? And we'll get back to everything that Brett Siegel had to say. And I just remembered this, and I promise you this is not about this because I can never remember the name of this music festival, but this was, I think, like you said, 2015, 2016, and Chance hadn't even popped yet. Okay, this was when random music festivals were popping up everywhere, and they would go away after a year because it's really hard. I think I looked up one time, music festivals don't make money after about 3 to 5 years. So this music festival did not last, okay? But me, my now wife, then girlfriend, we were not broke, but still starting to try to make our money after a couple years after college. We went to see Chance the Rapper, front row, literally not empty. He was the headliner, but it was a very small festival. Kyle Ledbetter, on a day like today, how ironic. Do you know where that festival was? It's very obvious where this festival was, Kyle.
San Francisco.
No, it was in Sacramento, Kyle.
Oh.
It was in Sacramento.
So Chance the Rapper was here in Sacramento at a music festival?
How did you miss that one, Kyle?
I just wasn't clued in, Wow. I'm not as smart as people think I am.
I'm trying to find the name of the festival, but that was it. TBD. It was called the TBD Festival.
Wow, that's a terrible name for a music festival.
It was called the TBD Festival. And Kyle, you want to know what year that festival was in?
Was it 2015?
It was 2015.
So there you go. Look.
But actually, you were only wrong because he started super popping after that. So he had 2016, 2017, but who would have thought that Allen had no clue that 10 years later he'd be living in Sacramento, getting into it with others as a Sacramentan with another kid on the
that
way.
You one time.
That is funny, man.
That you saw Chance the Rapper before he was popping. I guess I was a little off. Coloring Book was 2016. For some reason, I thought it was 2015. But yes, because Chance the Rapper is specifically 2016 and 17 era, it feels like he's throwing it back or he's going back to a time and place. It's like, no, Chance the Rapper was just only popular for a very short period of time.
Yeah, and I'm looking it up here. This is funny because we're almost coming up on the 10-year mark. Sacramento's TBD Festival revealed its full lineup, the 3-day for 2015. The 3-day festival takes place September 18th through 20th at Republic of California. Tyler, the Creator, apparently was there.
Do you remember seeing him?
I think we can only afford one day. We could only afford one day at that time.
They weren't putting Chance and Tyler together at the same time.
And Chance was not there yet, but honestly, I feel like Tyler might have been on his way up too. So that is hilarious. What a day for that memory to pop up into my head, because we were in Sacramento, and even at the time, I thought, hey, I've never really been in Sacramento that much. I'm 25 years old, right? Trying to show my girl a good time. We're in some random hotel that I found for about. I probably could do $250 a night at 25 comfortably.
Apparently Ty Dolla $ign was there too.
That's right.
You see him?
We did. Yeah, we saw Ty. I just know we saw Ty. I don't remember, but I know we did.
You definitely did.
We definitely did. So shout out to Chance and shout out to the TBD Fest. I don't know how long it lasted, but that year was fun in 2015.
According to Google AI, which I should not trust, it lasted from 2014 to 2016.
Man, they were close. They
3
were
years.
close to profitability. They were so close. We tried.
They also moved the dates around quite a bit, it feels like, too. There's one in September, one in October,
That's not a good sign.
Yeah.
That's not a good sign. The last thing I'll say on this, and then we'll get back on track. I distinctly remember we got picked up from the festival, and we wanted to continue the night, right? Now, back in this day in 2015, Uber did not have the add a stop. So, and this is how I knew Sacramentans, they were good people, right? Because I said, hey, man, I want to, we want to go grab some beverages to take back to the hotel room. I don't know how this works because there's no add a stop. It's 2015. And he said, don't worry, bro. I got you. Took us to the store. We went and he waited for us outside the store,
sure,
which I'm sure, people had to do. And then you just tip them pretty well. Thank you for your troubles. And then he dropped us off at the $250 hotel.
So this is back when, well, I shouldn't say Uber was better, but Uber was a little bit more bougie and like, hey, we'll just take you to the corner store and then drop you off. It was closer to a taxi than it was to what Uber is now.
Yeah, and with the other thing too was, I think Sidecar still was around. There were a couple different ones around that are no longer around, but great stuff. And yeah, that was a funny memory. Funny day for that memory to somehow make its way up. Shout out to Chance the Rapper, a Flashback Friday with not flashback music, but hopefully not a flashback artist.
No, it's a Flashback Friday because, like, it's
no.
It's Chance the Rapper.
916-339-1140. Talking to Brett Seagull, it kind of highlighted to me how unique of a spot the Warriors are in. Rick, our caller from earlier, kind of mentioned how, the Warriors they're going to get, he didn't say they're going to get injured, but they typically do. These last couple seasons, they have elder statesmen on their squad. So they're in a unique spot for a couple reasons. They want to probably keep Jonathan Kuminga because they're going to need him at some point in some capacity. And also, if they want him on the court or if they want to move him to the point that Brett made, if he doesn't sign that, they could like DeMar DeRozan or Malik Monk. They can't make that deal at $7 million, or it's the same idea. First of all, Jonathan Kuminga would have to sign off on it. Second of all, it's the same idea. They'd have to include another player, which is what they don't want to do now. So there's only a couple ways to look at this thing if you're the Warriors, and I have no clue how they're going to go about it, right? Maybe it's worth just seeing if you can salvage something. The only issue with that is that Steve Kerr hates Jonathan Kuminga. That's also from a basketball standpoint. He does not like Jonathan Kuminga. That's the kicker here. Whenever you say maybe they can salvage it, okay, the problem is the coach hates the player.
Let's say the coach doesn't want to play the player.
That's why I said hate from a basketball standpoint. I'm sure he thinks he's a lovely person.
But it sounds like Steve Kerr just is like clenching his fist like, God, please don't bring him back.
Kyle, you thought the Keon Ellis DMPs had people in a bunch. Kuminga rattling up DMPs when they're playing dudes that aren't even in the league. This has been going on for years.
I remembered that I was shocked when you brought up the Kaminga has lost faith in Steve Kerr, and that was January of 2024.
Mm-hmm.
That was like 2 full seasons ago, basically. Yeah. I'd forgotten about that.
Let's get to... Actually, we were supposed to get to the strength of schedules on Tankathon, so let's do that. We had a great call, so I'm glad we took it. But let's get to the strength of schedules according to Tankathon when we return. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
The 49ers play here. Tomorrow, preseason action continues. It's the 49ers taking on the Raiders. Pre-game at noon with kickoff at 1.
Your exclusive home for 49ers football.
It's Sacktown Sports 1140.
Time now for your Sacktown Sports 1140 49ers report. Brought to you by Kia of Vacaville, conveniently located beside the Vacaville outlets. The Niners lost their first preseason game to Denver 30-9 on Saturday night. Few of the starters played for Mike Shanahan's team. Mac Jones started at quarterback and drove the team down the field for a game-opening TV drive. However, that was all the offensive scoring for San Francisco. Next up for the Niners, they play in Vegas this Saturday afternoon. It's a 1 p.m. kickoff right here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Football season is here at Kia of Vacaville. You can score big in a new 2025 Kia Niro LX with up to 53 MPG combined at Kia of Vacaville. Perfect for road trips, tailgates, and cruising to Levi Stadium in style and comfort. But don't wait. Inventory is limited at Kia of Vacaville, and these deals won't last long. Visit KiaVacaville.com or stop by right next to the Vacaville outlets for friendly service, easy shopping, and unbeatable value. All in one stop. Kia of Vacaville, where the adventure begins.
Allen Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports injury update, brought to you by DTLA Law Group. Max Muncy, out with that right hand fracture, has started to perform baseball activities, but still nothing as of early August. His expected return is late August. Jacob Wilson, out with that left forearm fracture, has begun playing catch and running. The hope is for him to return sometime in September. That was your Sacktown Sports injury update, brought to you by DTLA Law Group. Hey, I'm Allen Stiles. Injured at work? Call downtown. DTLA Law Group, California's leading injury law firm. With over 40 lawyers throughout California, they have won over $500 million in settlements. DTLA Law Group will get you compensation for your work injury. You don't pay unless they win. That's right. You pay $0 up front. Call downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. Visit them at calldowntown.com. Text charges may apply.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Around here, the summer can smack you silly, especially if your AC is not functioning at a high level. Whitey Gleason here. I had the opposite problem over the winter. System went down. It was panic time, but Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating saved the day. Let them save you from unnecessary summer misery. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, reliable, trustworthy. They do great work. They've won awards for their service. Check the reviews at leesair.com. Find out about their $99 HVAC tune-up service. Save your summer now. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating on the web at leesair.com. License number 635-355.
High voltage live boxing action returns to the venue on September 6th as Uppercut Promotions presents 6 big fights featuring undefeated fighters. Thunder Showdown September 6th at the venue at Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Tickets at Ticketmaster. Fight card subject to change.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
916-339-1140.
This one is bad, man.
No, but this is how I remember him. You know?
Yeah, this is why I stopped listening to him.
Get out of here.
A problem with a tree. That was bad. Jesus.
Lil Wayne was on it. Just stop. Just stop, Kyle.
Did you see Lil Wayne also is on the Maroon 5 album?
I saw that. I did not listen, but I did see it.
I'll say this. That song, the one he's on there, is better than this one.
Stop it.
Have I heard the Maroon 5 one? No, but it can't be worse than this.
916. I like this song. 916.
What was the one you were listening to during the break? That one was good.
All right. 916-339-1140. Chance the Rapper, this is what the 916 says. Chance the Rapper, if not for a Kit Kat commercial, I never would have heard of him. And I'm sorry, a different 916 says, Alan, what is this? Look, with the rejoiner, Kyle is cracking up. Look, you know what, man? Let's get to the sports, all right?
I'll say this. Chance, I don't know how old the 916s are on the text line, but Chance the Rapper is a very specific time and place.
Okay,
and it is millennials who were 25 in 2016.
That's literally just me. All right, Kyle. Cut it now, because now you're being disrespectful. Cut it.
Oh, and Lil Wayne also, just perfect for you. Again, Chance the Rapper is a very specific time and place. He was awesome in early 2016.
Okay, all right.
And there's just nothing else this is just for Alan.
Oh, it's whatever.
I just want to play the hits.
Not just for me.
He is the very much just play the hits.
There's a joke in there about playing the hits that I'm not going to say. 916-339-1140. All right, Kyle. Tankathon time. I haven't really looked at anyone's schedules other than the obviously the Kings and the Warriors. Okay, so I don't really have a good measuring stick for whether the Kings schedule is good or bad. I just know their first 20 games are a nightmare. I'm going to guess, Kyle.
Well, hold on. Before you do that, you said the words tankathon, which means we have to.
Oh yeah, let's run it. I feel like I'm at Thunder Valley. I feel like I'm at one of them. I wasn't going to say a name, but I do love Thunder Valley.
At the.
No, I mean, it's just a great place.
At the machine.
It's a great place. Oh, no. 8.
So that's
with the 8th pick. Some dude.
Our Jeremy Sohan.
Yeah.
I don't know. Franz Wagner was the 8th pick.
I ran it again. First pick. Literally, that's all it took. I ran it again, first pick, but it doesn't count.
Nope. Today we're going with 8th. Okay, yeah, the tankathon now. The when you say tankathon, you mean their strength of schedule predictors for next season, because now that the schedules are out for 80 of the 82 games, they have updated who has the hardest and easiest strength of schedules for next year, which we mentioned before. Obviously, it's tough because teams that they think are going to be really good can't play themselves, so they're more likely to be lower on the strength of schedule. That's not a complete situation, but for example, Utah has the hardest strength of schedule, and they say the Knicks have the easiest strength of schedule. So that's just a reference point. Where do you think the Sacramento Kings end up?
You said the Knicks have the easiest?
Yeah, they say the Knicks have the easiest and the Jazz have the hardest. But again, they think the Jazz are going to be bad and they don't get to play themselves.
No, yeah, that's obviously part of it. There's a number in my mind, but it feels honestly too low, as in too easy, but I'm going to stick with it. The Kings have the 8th hardest schedule in the league.
The Sacramento Kings, according to Tankathon's strength of schedule for the whole season, have the 8th.
Are you serious?
The 8th hardest strength of schedule.
Wow.
Great guess, Alan. They come in at number 8.
Dang.
They don't have win percentages, obviously, but their hardest matchups, 3 against the Thunder, 3 against the Nuggets, 4 against the Houston Rockets, 2 against the Cavs, 2 against the Knicks, and 2 against the Orlando Magic. Their easiest games, 4 against the Utah Jazz. Ooh, they got to win all those. 2 against Washington, 2 against the Hornets, 4 against the Portland Trailblazers, and 2 against the Washington Wizards.
Wow.
So they got 8 games against Portland and Utah that they kind of got to win.
Yeah, it's funny how there's a combination between how good or bad they think you're going to be and the actual teams that you face. So the fact that the Kings have a quote unquote easier schedule than Memphis, Dallas, San Antonio, New Orleans, and I guess Portland. I know some of that is a division as well, but yeah, it is interesting that the Kings are 8th. The first, am I reading this right? The top 8 are all Western Conference teams.
That is correct. Yes. The top 8 are all Western Conference teams, many of whom are expected to have worse records than the Kings.
Yeah. And out of the top 10, 8 out of the 10. So throw in Chicago at 9, Charlotte at 10, Golden State at 11. That's interesting. Golden State at 11.
Well, they're the only team at that point that's got 8 Thunder and Nuggets, which is a tough break to have to play them so much.
Here's the optimistic Allen. We need a sounder for optimistic Allen, maybe like a because optimistic Allen is returning for a hot second based on the Tankathon strength of schedule when a game has not been played yet. We haven't even started training camp. A lot of the teams, initially, Kyle, my first thought, a lot of the teams that the Kings will be battling with for 7 through 10. Thank you. Optimistic Allen is here. A lot of the teams they will be battling with 7 through 10 have tougher schedules than them. The Portland Trailblazers, the San Antonio Spurs, the Dallas Mavericks, the Memphis Grizzlies, all have tougher schedules than the Kings. Now the Kings are at number 8 and the Grizzlies are at 7 and the Dallas Mavericks are at 6. Spurs are at 5. So they're all fairly close, but I'll take it. If optimistic Allen is going to show up, I'm going to have to take it.
At least none of them got great breaks. And we looked up, I think, the Grizzlies yesterday. They had a pretty tough start to the season also, which obviously most of the teams they're going to play are similar. It's just there's small differences in between, right? Like Portland has to play the Thunder and the Nuggets 8 times versus the Kings only have to play the Thunder and the Nuggets 6 times. So there's like very subtle differences. The Spurs, for example, they got to play the Thunder and Nuggets 8 times. The Memphis and Dallas and New Orleans, they have to play the Thunder Nuggets 7 times. So there's like small subtle differences, but for the most part, most of these teams are playing the same group of teams over and over again.
I'm looking here, Kyle, and I want to double check my first thought. If you're heading to Reno, Orlando, the second easiest schedule in the league. Now I'm wondering what Orlando's win total is set at, because you're in the East. We know the Celtics are missing Tatum. The Pacers are missing Halliburton. That Orlando over, that might feed some families right there.
Looking at one right now, we can get Orlando seeing like 51.5.
Oh, I do it. I would do it, but I've been high on Orlando for the last couple of years here. I would do it.
Okay. As long as you're in.
I would do it. The Hawks at 26, I would do that too. But I would feel better about Orlando. But I would do both. I'm only taking, how about this? I'm only taking overs in the East. I think that should be a rule. If you're headed to Tahoe or Reno or Vegas, don't listen to me, but if I'm taking an over, it's going to be in the East.
Yeah, so I'm seeing 50.5 for Orlando and 46.5 for the Hawks.
I mean, knock on wood, Trae Young, even though he's smaller, he doesn't miss a lot of time.
But they got Porzingis now, and he misses a lot of time. And apparently, according to something I saw today, wants to be an MMA fighter.
I did see that.
What are you doing, Porzingis?
Right. I'm taking both of their overs. Any upstart Eastern Conference team, I would feel comfortable with both. I would feel more comfortable. Honestly, should you feel more comfortable with the Hawks than the Magic just because the Magic tend to have 49ers level injury issues?
I wouldn't, because the Magic still have Paolo Banchero, but
he missed time. He misses time.
Sure.
Man.
I get it, but he's also probably better than Trae Young right now and younger than Trae Young.
Well,
but
yeah, I don't doubt that. But
I don't know. I guess I would say Orlando is probably a team that a lot of people are going to pick overs on because they made the Desmond Bane trade.
That's true. So you're saying I'm basic and I'm falling for it.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, you listen to Chance the Rapper,
Okay.
you know.
No. Well, I'm standing on business.
Basic. I don't know about. I mean, you said it, not me.
916-339-1140. When we return, this one goes out to Livermore Pat on the chat line. We break down what ChatGPT has to say about the Sacramento Kings adding Jonathan Kuminga. We'll have some fun with it as we enter the 12 o'clock hour. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Well, the A's have played better than 500 baseball since the end of June, and one reason, improved starting pitching. And now that Luis Severino is on the IL, rookies comprise 4/5 of that rotation, including 22-year-old Luis Morales, a consensus top 5 prospect in the A's organization.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge.
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento. KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Hammer time thrown down by the league. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
12 o'clock on a little bit before the dot. but we're getting there. Somebody actually, speaking of lunch, somebody said, I'm scrolling down here. Somebody said, hey guys, this is from the 279. Hey guys, a while back on this station, I heard about a top 10 Mexican restaurant in the nation, and it was here. Do you remember which one that was? In the nation? I don't think that was us.
Well, I don't think it was our show.
I don't think it was our show either. Because I can tell you some spots. I got some spots, but I don't think that was our show.
Yeah, I wish I knew the answer for you. I'd love to go after the show. I just don't know.
I mean, let's just be clear here. I think it's half. Run it up, Kyle.
When it breaks,
we have it first.
It's Sacktown Sports breaking news.
I am reading this for the first time on the air, which is never really a safe thing to do, but this time it's from Shams. The Miami Heat have traded Haywood Highsmith, everyone's favorite filler.
No!
I know. The Miami Heat have traded Haywood Highsmith and a 2032 second-round pick to the Brooklyn Nets for a protected 2026 second-round pick. Sources tell ESPN.
So salary dump?
I guess.
Windhorst fingers activated. Now, why would the Miami Heat dump Haywood Highsmith and his $5 million contract going into next season?
Look, man, going to be one more wave. I'm just confirming right now how much Haywood Highsmith makes. Yeah, you're right, Kyle. Weird. That is weird.
Yeah.
An expiring, I did not know he was 6'7". An expiring $5.6 million contract.
Oh, I knew what his contract was. I've seen it on the trade machine so many times.
8,000 times. That is random. Now, that is random, people.
The only thing I can say of how does this relate to the Kings is that in one of the Seagull scoops a while back, he talked about sign and trade possibilities, and it was like, if you're going to send Monk or DeRozan to Miami, having Haywood Highsmith's contract facilitate that would be.
Yeah, and now that is, wow.
Are they trying to stay below an apron or something? I'm trying to think.
Look, they don't know. The Miami Heat, they don't know. They don't know. And now Haywood Highsmith, is he a vet now on that team?
He's 28 years old, and
so he's not going to stay on the Nets, I don't think.
Not if he doesn't want to. I mean, maybe he's like, I'm not giving back any of my money.
Yeah.
But I would assume, yes, he's going to get bought out.
Wow. I mean, bought out at $5.6 million. What you going to give back? I'm digging in my pockets. What do you mean a buyout?
Give back half of that. You'll make it back somewhere else. I don't know.
Wow. Okay. Well,
and Brooklyn, you said 2032?
Yeah.
So
here you go from Shams. Heat shed Highsmith's salary to lessen their salary bill. Nets send Miami a 2026 second rounder that is protected 31 through 55. What type of what is this? Have you seen these memes though with people saying this is why Woj is better? Like Shams, I don't need this information. Like putting the breaking news banner on it, and then Shams he's tweeted 3 times about this deal, and a lot of people are saying we need Woj back because Shams, what is this?
You know what we need? Let me see if I can find it again. Do you remember the Woj tweet about the Sabonis trade?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we need multiple typos, the same player in a trade twice. Like, we need Woj deliriously trying to just get a tweet out incorrectly. That's what we miss.
This is okay. Thank you, Shams. And shout out to Haywood Highsmith on his way to Brooklyn for now. He is probably the oldest player. Well, he might be older than Michael Porter Jr. What are they cooking in Brooklyn? Cam Thomas, who will be making $500,000 or whatever his qualifying offer is. Cam Thomas, Michael Porter Jr., Haywood Highsmith. What is Jordy cooking out there, man? What is Jordy cooking?
Yeah, I found it here. The Woj tweet from the Halliburton trade. The Pacers are trading Domas Sabonis, Jeremy Lamb to Sacramento for Tyrese Haliburton, spelled incorrectly, Buddy Hield, and Tristan Thompson, sources tell ESPN.
Ridiculous. Okay, well, that's a salary piece. If the Heat were going to make any sort of move, I don't know how this changes their direction. Obviously, they're looking salary to salary. So, all right, whatever the Heat are doing, we'll check in on that. But Haywood Highsmith is headed to Brooklyn. Okay, no more waiting. We're not going to make you wait anymore to Livermore Pat and everybody that wanted the updated version of our Chat GPT segment that we had a lot of fun with yesterday. Everybody was saying, add Jonathan Kuminga. So I did. Are they better? Are they worse? I also have a record, okay, or a projected record. Let's not forget, right now, the Kings' projected record at 35.5. Okay, keep that in mind. This is ChatGPT breaking down the projected Kings lineup of Levine. Oh, wait, I have a mistake in here. Kyle, you want to guess what the mistake is?
Is it Zach Levine?
No, it's a very funny mistake.
You have Kuzma?
I still have Kuzma in it.
Okay.
So I ran it again right now. It's on and popping, all right? So this is what ChatGPT says. Levine plus Kaminga plus Westbrook plus Schroeder plus Sabonis plus Murray. That's just their main group, okay? That changes things a lot. That's the first thing they say. The offense, okay, we don't care. Impact on win projection. Spacing worsens, okay? Now Levine and Murray are consistent threats from deep. Kaminga, Westbrook, and Schroeder won't stretch the floor. Half-court efficiency drops without, okay, they're still connected to Kuzma, but without Kuzma's spot-up shooting and mismatch scoring, Sabonis has fewer clean passing windows. More transition heavy. This group will try to run as much as possible to avoid clogged half-court sets. The defense can pack the paint, more drives into traffic, more turnovers. The median net rating for projected wins, they still have them at 39, between 39 and 41, which is probably ChatGPT being nice. If shooting overperforms, they could get to 45, 40, 44, 45 wins. If spacing collapses, could slip to 35, 37 wins. In short, they're probably a play-in team at best unless Levine has an all-NBA year and Murray takes a leap as a volume scorer. There you go.
So we should get ChatGPT's official prediction and weigh it against a bunch of different people and just see how close they get. So they're saying if floor spacing collapses, which I'm not saying floor spacing will collapse, but as of right now, there's still a certain player on the team. So if floor spacing collapses, you're looking at 35.
Oh no. So I asked them to put it in the
the models?
The Schmitz.
Yeah.
Yes, the Schmitz model. Okay.
And the Quantum Schmitz.
Yes, they created one called the Rim Raiders for the 2025-2026 Kings. This group plays with more athleticism and rim pressure than the Fox era Kings, but at the cost of spacing and fluid ball movement. With Levine as primary perimeter scorer, Westbrook and Kuminga slashing relentlessly, and Schroeder orchestrating pick and rolls with Sabonis, the Kings try to beat you by getting downhill and finishing the paint. When they can run, they look dangerous. When forced into half court, they lack consistent shooting beyond Levine and Murray. It becomes glaring. High rim attempt rate, live in the paint rather than the perimeter, transition heavy, low three-point volume, moderate assist rate, spot-up efficiency, volatile and dependent on Murray, Levine, hot stretches, strong foul drawing from slashes and drives, limited off-ball movement, more cuts and drives than screens for shooters, half-court spacing issues against set defenses. The closest to the 2023-2024 comps, Kyle, this is insane. If somebody didn't want Kaminga, they are victory lapping right now. Somewhere between the LA Fitness villains and the Clankers.
That's crazy.
But with better athletes and a couple of real shooters. Offensive identity, push the pace, attack the rim, and hope the shooters keep defense honest. On good nights, they can overwhelm opponents physically. On bad nights, they grind into a clogged paint slog.
That's unbelievable that they're just like, we're somewhere in between Zach LaVine being Jordan Poole and the LA Fitness villains and just a bunch of clanking.
I don't believe this. It's ChatGPT. You can't believe this stuff.
Allen.
But they're not supposed to be good if they go get Jonathan Kuminga and lose DeMar DeRozan. They're not supposed to be good.
2 years ago, we had the number one offense in the history of the NBA. What happened to us, Allen?
I don't know. 5-3-0.
2 years ago, number one offense in league history.
Yeah. 530 says, if LaVine, DeRozan, and Sabonis are all high-volume scorers, do the Kings need a fourth high-volume scorer in Keegan? I don't think I would consider Domantas Sabonis a high-volume scorer. That's where I would start 530. I don't think Domantas Sabonis is a high-volume scorer. He's going to get his buckets. He's going to sit at whatever he's been sitting at, between 15 and 18 a night. But Sabonis is high volume. We get excited when he gets to 30, which is pretty rare. So I think the Kings only have two high volume scorers right now in LaVine and DeRozan. I think that's part of the issue. So I think they need a third in Keegan Murray. I don't think that's going to be Malik Monk if he's on the team. I don't think that's going to be him coming off the bench. I mean, he was about third or fourth on the Beam team, right?
In terms of scoring?
Yeah.
I would say third.
Yeah. So he's been it before. This is a different squad. And he was third or fourth because it was De'Aaron,
Sabonis
and then him.
Yeah. And a bunch of shooters, right?
But you think would you consider Domantas Sabonis a volume scorer?
I mean, more than he's not a spot up shooter. He's not, I would say, a primary ball handler, but I would say, regardless of volume scorer, I think the ball is in his hands more than anything else, right? Would you say LeBron is a volume scorer? Probably.
Yeah.
But he's also a heavy assister, right? But it's just ball in your hands kind of guy.
Maybe I'm just getting caught up on LeBron will randomly have a 35-point game and Domantas Sabonis won't.
He's had 40s before, but he's never really. I mean, he's had a number of 30s last year, but again, his preferred playing style is deferring and being the point center. And we've talked about this before kind of a lot, actually. The big difference between him and Jokic is that Jokic has the unguardable shot that he knows he can go back to, right? Jokic and Sabonis are fairly similar three-point shooters if you kind of look at the numbers. Jokic takes a little more, but Jokic has that, I'm posting up and now I'm going to hit that Dirk Nowitzki dad in the driveway 1 foot shot fading back on you. Sabonis doesn't really have that in his bag. It's more like muscle, get to the rim, and if I don't get to the rim, I'm passing out kind of situation.
Yeah, so I hear what you're saying, 530. They're going to need more. I'm just not sure if that's going to be from one Keegan Murray. Let's get to the teams that are going to have cap space. There are a good amount of teams here going into 2026, and we know that it's going to be a star-studded 2026 free agent class based on who doesn't pick up their options and decide to test their luck in free agency. That's another note for Jonathan Kuminga. You're coming out, I don't know if this helps him or hurts him. You're coming out in 2026 with a lot of big names. Maybe you're just somebody. Once I say these teams, maybe it'll make Jonathan Kuminga's camp feel better. But there are a lot of big names in 2026. I don't think you're going to be first. So you probably have a certain group of teams that okay, well, I got the Nets on here. The Nets are not going to get, I think, Kyrie, whoever those big name free agents are. And I think Kyrie just got that extension.
Yeah,
but a couple of those teams and names that are going to be available.
Yeah, I mean, Trae Young could be available.
Trae Young, you're not going to be higher on the list than them.
Yeah, LeBron.
You're not going to cost as much, but here's the list. These are the teams that will have significant cap space, according to Bobby Marks, at the end of the 2026 season. The Bulls, the Clippers, the Hornets, the Jazz, the Lakers, the Nets, the Pistons, the Blazers, and the Wizards. So some high highs and low lows there.
Yeah, and again, this is just cap space. So Kuminga could still do a sign and trade situation, but these are just teams that could outright sign him. And then just to reference, for some of those free agents, you have LeBron James, you have Kevin Durant, you'll have Trae Young could opt out of $49 million and become an unrestricted free agent. You have Porzingis, you have Tobias Harris, you have potentially Andrew Wiggins, CJ McCollum, Chris Middleton, Anthony Simons, and then you kind of get into the group that is similar to Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah. So as far as the big hitters, right? Clippers, Lakers, and the Lakers are just going to find whoever Luka thinks can help the most. That's pretty much where they're at. Now that they have decided that, and I got to be careful. I know we won't do more than 2 minutes on the Lakers. Don't get me wrong. That's 2 minutes too long, Alan. You can go ahead and text in right now. I'll say it on the air. I will read off your text. If you say, Alan, no Lakers, it's 2 minutes too long. But if they decide to move on from LeBron, they have, or, it's a mutual situation. They will have a lot of opportunities. And I know, I feel like I know that players will want to play with Luka. In LA, you don't even got to go to, and shout out Dallas, but you don't even got to go to Dallas no more. You can go to LA. I mean,
guys already want to play in LA for the Clippers.
Right.
You're telling me you can give them Luka and the Lakers?
Are we really, now that I say that though, are we really going to see LeBron on another team? Do you think he'll play one more year with another team?
People are going to hate this conversation. But I would say, I think ultimately it's either going to be Cleveland or nobody. That's kind of my thought. It's either he's going to take a discounted deal to play in Cleveland, or this is going to be his last season.
Wow.
That would be
discounted?
my guess. How discounted do you want to go, LeBron?
Yeah.
I mean, LeBron is still worth, I would say, if he's one of the 20 best players in the sport, I think he's still worth $40 million. I don't know if the Cavs are going to pay him $40 million, but I also think he, for his legacy, would not want to go play for a Dallas or a Golden State or a Clippers.
He can't do it. LeBron haters would have a field day.
He wants to play for a long time, so maybe it came with a multi-year commitment, but no, I think this will either be the last year or he'll go back to Cleveland on a reduced deal.
There it is, 209. I said I would read it if it comes through. No Laker talk! ! And from the 916, the NBA cheats for the Lakers. Thank you. Now I want this to be a thing. As soon as I don't even have to finish the word. As soon as you just hear me say something that starts with an L, you say no Lakers.
We should come up with a sound effect for every time we talk Lakers.
And what's so funny is up until this week, I don't know that we had spent more than collectively 3 hours in the 2 years that I've been here in total on the Lakers, but it came up because of Luka, and now we're going to turn it into a thing. Yeah, 916-339-1140. Some of the other teams that are going to have cap space. How about the Pistons, man? They have an opportunity, and I know the Devin Booker thing, because now we're talking about a trade. So there was a Devin Booker conversation. He signs that extension. He's making 60 whatever million a year. But the Pistons, I do think it's not looked at as a glamour destination, but Cade Cunningham strikes me as the guy, or as a guy that good players will want to play with.
Yeah, I don't know who they might go after, because I think what they're lacking right now is a second star, right? They got their one. They kind of just need a second all-star, predominantly a big. I'm not going to talk about the Sabonis thing again, but I think they're more so star hunting than anything else. And if I give you that list of potential free agents, LeBron James, Kevin Durant, Trae Young, I don't think any of those guys, Kristaps Porzingis, maybe Porzingis, but I don't think any of those guys are really trying to make their way to Detroit at this point in their career. So I think Detroit's going to use that cap space for trade, I think would be my guess. They're going to try and trade for somebody, maybe move on from Ivy or Duran or a couple of those young guys just to bring in a legit number two.
Yeah, and is Trae Young one of the most because I have them break them down here on the 4-letter network. Franchise player, all-NBA, all-star, top starter, starter level, as far as the free agents for projected free agency in 2026. And Trae Young, he is very fascinating to me. A very fascinating case, because he could be in Detroit, and I know Cade Cunningham is a dang good point guard, but you could probably run them both together if you wanted.
I don't think that's the best strategy.
No, I'm not saying you should. I'm saying I'm looking at, I have all this money. It's as if I have all this money and I don't know where to spend it, and I have no clue where Detroit. I'm looking at this list now. It's LeBron James, Kevin Durant, James Harden. Those are the big, okay, let's spend our money to get that big name, and I don't even know where they spend that money.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, you know who they have on here? You see it.
Which one?
He ain't signed yet. Keegan Murray.
Yeah.
He is not signed yet.
Restricted free agency.
And they have him in the category of top starter. Along with, this is what makes the Kings so dang confusing. The 4-letter network, they have franchise player, all-NBA, all-star, top starter, starter level. And maybe it's not confusing. It's just if you don't have one of the top 3, you're wasting your time. Because in top starter, they have Zach LaVine and Keegan Murray.
Huh.
Now, and they have a P for player option, and Zach LaVine's going to take it. But the fact that they have 2 guys in the top starter category, but and then Domantas Sabonis is your all-NBA guy. Only the Sacramento Kings could have a collection of talent like this and not be set at 35.5 wins.
Yeah, not have a chance. I think our friend Matt George was kind of making that same point, right? They have way more talent than 36, but the talent, it wouldn't touch the 36 just because the talent doesn't make a ton of sense together.
Yeah.
But it's also just the same argument for the Bulls, right? The Bulls had a ton of talent, but Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan and Vucevic, what is that going to do for you?
I'm almost more surprised. And to be fair, they never actually, I know this is going to sound crazy, but they never really got to give it a go because Zach LaVine was injured.
Zach LaVine or Lonzo Ball?
Both.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
And that's why DeMar, now look, to counterpoint DeMar, and if you don't recall, DeMar was on a podcast and said, hey, we were rocking and rolling. They made the playoffs, in 2022, where Zach LaVine and DeMar were healthy and they had Lonzo.
And they won one playoff game. Zach LaVine hitting a game winner on the Bucks in a series they lost in 5.
The only counterpoint that I have to what DeRozan is saying, number one, you're all 2-3 years older. And number 2, it's very simple. You're in the West.
Yeah.
I could actually get behind, and I've said this before, I could get behind the Kings roster in the East, especially this season. So I'm not saying what DeMar felt and what he said on that podcast is incorrect. They went to the playoffs and they were balling until injury. But that team in the West is a different beast. And now we're talking about an even better West than in 2022.
Yeah, I'm looking up the standings that year. The number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference that year was 53 wins. That was the Miami Heat.
Yeah.
And the Bulls won 46, which got them the 6th seed. But for reference, if that Bulls team from 2022 had been in the Western Conference, they would have been the 8th seed.
Yeah.
Playing in the play-in tournament. So even the best Bulls season with Lonzo, with DeRozan, with LaVine, with Vucevic, even that team would have been an 8th seed in the Western Conference.
Speaking of the 35 wins, Bleacher Report's Andy Bailey predicts the records of every NBA team. Let's go through the Western Conference and see where the Kings fall. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Fidium Fiber.
Happy Friday. I'm Ophelia Young in the KCRA3 Weather Center. Enjoy another quiet and comfy day as we climb into the upper 80s under sunny skies. Your evening will be pleasant with temps in the 70s. Get the latest forecast in the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
It's about time they
fix that pothole.
Invented better windshield wipers.
Made an internet that just works. Fidium Fiber Internet, starting at only $30 a month. It feels like Fidium. Offer available to residential customers only. Terms and conditions apply. See Fidium.com for details.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. What's happening for the Make This the Summer sales event?
Now is the time to enjoy all California has to offer. And what better way than a brand new 2025 Jeep Wrangler? And right now you can save up to $10,000 off MSRP. Don't miss your chance to save on one of America's best-selling SUVs.
And what is this I hear about 50 vehicles under $20,000?
Yes, at the Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter, we have nearly 200 vehicles in stock, including Hemis, diesels, heavy duties, 4x4s, and 50 under $20,000. So whatever you're looking for, you can find it at Hoblet. We're a fifth-generation family dealer, and when you buy from Hoblet, you're treated like family because you become family. Don't miss our award-winning customer service and some of the best prices you will find on the truck of your dreams.
Search, select, and save through our whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Nobody beats Hoblet, period. 10,000 total net savings on select new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Rubicon X after 5,000 factory rebates and 5,000 dealer discounts. 3 net savings. Sample VIN 622117. See dealer for details.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. Try the TrackMan experience, the very best technology to fit your metalwoods and irons. The new cutting-edge putter fitting studio with its $30,000 worth of technology is ready for your fitting. Hagen Oaks will help you find the best putter for your game. Hagen Oaks offers more technology, more choices, and more service. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531, 808-2531 for more.
Hey everybody, it's Kyle Draper for Bell Brothers Plumbing. That's right, the no surprise guys. Plumbing problems got you down, just ruining your day? Well, ring the bell. Bell Brothers, that is. They offer free plumbing checkups, and you can get $50 off any plumbing fix, whether it's leaks, clogs, upgrades, you name it. Bell Brothers, the no surprise guys. Visit nosurpriseguys.com.
Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with Golf to Go. I love spending a day on the golf course with invited friends, but not with uninvited mosquitoes, which can carry serious diseases like West Nile virus. Don't let mosquito bites ruin your round or your health. Stay safe while playing golf, hiking, or enjoying the outdoors with family. Defend yourself with insect repellent. For tips about your golf game, listen for Golf to Go. But for more tips on protecting yourself and your home from mosquitoes, visit fightthebite.net.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Somebody, we were having some fun with the no Lakers talk, and Nick always is on me about the Warriors talk. Nick says, no Warriors talk. Allen can't help himself. LOL, Nick. We didn't even bring up the Warriors. Nick is just having a good time. Thank you, Nick.
Having a good run at you.
No Lakers, no Warriors. I get it. 530 says, I'm taking the over on the Kings. Sabonis is too good of an anchor for this team to win less than 40 games, assuming health. Okay. I'm hearing you. And yesterday, what? I know Brendan took the over, but barely. I'm trying to remember if Chris took the over or the under.
Yeah, I don't remember.
I feel like Chris took the over. And I think it's just because 35 is just rough, man. I think a lot of us just don't want to believe that it's going to be 35.
Yeah, I mean, last year was tough, and they were, I think, 15-17 with the interim beam team, and that's a pace of like 37.5 wins. Yeah. So even if they're the same team as last year without the Western Conference getting better, then you're looking at, 36, right around that number.
Yeah. This is what Andy Bailey predicted for the records of every NBA team from Bleacher Report. And, it is what it is, man. Like Ken said yesterday when he called in, hey, maybe the Kings will surprise some people. But the Thunder, 62-20 in first place as the 1 seed. He's got the Nuggets, 54-28 as the 2 seed. That's surprise. I guess they do have Cam Johnson. I keep forgetting that.
Oh, don't forget, Allen. They got Tim Hardaway Jr.,
That's true.
Bruce Brown, all of those young players that you think are just absolute garbage.
Okay. T-Wolves,
Strothers,
50-30. Okay, in the 4 seed. Lakers, 50-30 in the 5 seed. Clippers, 50-30 in the 6 seed. Warriors, 46-36 in the 7 seed. Spurs, 45-37 in the 8 seed. Okay. So the Warriors will be back in the play-in. Spurs are in the play-in at 8. Grizzlies. Finally, Andy gets it. Andy gets it with the Grizzlies, man. He's got the Grizzlies 42-40 with the 9 seed. The Mavs 42-40 with the 10 seed. The Blazers 36-46 with the 11 seed. Yeah, you're still waiting to hear them. Here they are. The Kings 35-47 with the 12 seed. After that, the Suns with 29 wins. Devin Booker, man, that money, at least he paid, because that's crazy. Pelicans 25 wins, and the Jazz, as they're still looking for a number 1 pick, with 16 wins.
But hey, at least the Pelicans kept their pick for next year.
I'm not sure about that one.
Because they really wanted Derek Queen.
I'm not sure about that one.
They gave up their first-round pick.
Any surprises to kick it off here? Like I said, I don't know, man. I never believe in the Nuggets, I still kind of feel that way because we haven't seen Cam Johnson play games that matter in a couple years.
Yeah, but
it's different than getting traded during the season, like what happened to Kyle Kuzma. No Kyle Kuzma talk. To Kyle Kuzma and to Dennis Schroeder a couple times, right? And even though he looked better on the Pistons, I can't see the Nuggets at number 2.
Yeah.
Jamal Murray's going to miss time.
So this is tough because I do think they're still really good, right? And Cam Johnson was the 6th man on a team that came within 2 games of winning the finals.
How long ago was that, Kyle?
That was 4 seasons ago.
It's a long time. I'm not saying he can't get there, and maybe that's Andy's thought process. But I just got to see it. I'm not gonna put them there now.
No, I get it. And they've added the aforementioned Tim Hardaway and Bruce Brown, and they've got Deron Holmes coming back. So maybe he'll be something. Maybe they've got, but they have a deeper team than they have in past years, even with the subtraction of Russell Westbrook. So, and by the way, they're just generally happier because Michael Malone isn't yelling at them anymore.
Right, or telling them to watch film.
Yeah, and again, Jokic is coaching the team now, so maybe that'll help. I don't know. But I feel like the Nuggets are, in my mind, the 2nd best team in the West because I think they're a better roster construction this year than they were last year. By the way, guess who we didn't even mention? Our boy, the Meat brother, Jonas Valanciunas.
Oh, yeah.
We have the meat.
Oh, yeah.
They got Valanciunas, Tim Hardaway. Look, whether you believe...
Who definitely, for sure, wants to be there.
Yeah, exactly. Whether you believe that they are going for the youth off the bench or they're going for the veterans, they at least have both options now.
Yeah, I still would put the Rockets there. See, you know how I feel about the Timberwolves. Timberwolves 4 seed. Come on.
I mean,
there's no way.
Tied with the Lakers and Clippers. So maybe they're the 6th seed.
Yeah.
But Timberwolves are good, man. I don't know how I as the only person here who told you the Timberwolves were going to go to the conference finals, I'm telling you, man, they're actually pretty good. Now, are they as good as last year? Probably. Would they lose in the conference finals again? Yeah. But they're still good. they're going to win a playoff series.
The Unction, the Clippers in the 6th seed.
I should have just put them at 5 just because it's like, they're tied for 4th. All roads lead to the Clippers as the 5th seed.
Well, and if you really wanted to get in the weeds, if we started things off right now, Clippers would have this. Clippers would have the Rockets. Those boys are not running with the Rockets. I think that once we lay out the whole the playoff scenario, right? And here's a good matchup or not. And I know we are miles and miles away from that, but yeah, the Clippers thing starts to look less shiny. Once you start looking at, they are going to have to play some good teams, better teams. Who are they beating in the playoffs is the best question.
The Clippers? Like, who do they match up with? That's a great question. Because
I'll tell you who the T-Wolves.
Just hate Minnesota, man. Look,
it's the same thing with them.
In a weird way, I know James Harden is kind of like the Luka style, but like the Clippers roster makes sense for a Luka team, right? They've got Derek Jones Jr., John Collins, Zubac.
A heliocentric team.
Yeah. They work way better with Luka, who's just going to dribble, throw lob, dribble, throw lob, dribble, shoot in the corner kind of situation. I know Harden does some of that too, but I feel like the Clippers are, look, I wouldn't have gotten rid of Norm Powell, but at least they're the deepest team probably in the Western Conference at the Unction.
Yeah, I think that Andy kind of got the play-in right.
Warriors, Spurs, Grizz, Mavs.
I think the Warriors will be messing around in the play-in again. I think the Spurs, it's the Wemby effect. I can't knock them for putting the Spurs as the 8th seed, and they'll have a full season of De'Aaron. I like that the Grizzlies are at the back end. I'm not high on the Grizzlies. I don't know what the Grizzlies are doing right now. The Mavs are maybe a little bit low, but they're not going to have Kyrie for a bit of time. And here's the thing. When you say, okay, the Mavs are low, who are you going to kick out? I guess I would kick out the Grizzlies, but that just makes them the 9 seed.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with the Mavs because I don't know what an 18-year-old Cooper Flagg, prime Anthony, or exiting his prime Anthony Davis, and all those guys they have on the team, whether it's the Najee Marshalls and PJ Washingtons and Gaffords and Liveleys. I have no idea what that's going to look like. So you could tell me the Mavericks win 50 games or 30 games. I'd believe you.
Yeah, the Blazers at 36 and 46. That feels right, I guess. Do you think it's low?
I'm high on the Blazers, but
who are you bumping out?
I'm not even saying they catch the Grizzlies. I just think they're going to be an above 500 team or about 5. I would, you know what? I'll say it. I think the Blazers are going to be above 500 next year.
Okay.
I think they are last year's Rockets in the sense of they've got the young core. Scoot, it's now or never, buddy. I just need you to be Jalen Green. Can you give me 24 a night?
Yeah, and that's interesting. To your point, the difference between the 10 seed and the 11, it's not even about making the play-in or playoffs. That's 42 wins for the Mavs to 36 for the Blazers and 35 for the Kings. So the Blazers could literally be 500 and still not even be close to the 10 seed. So they are saying, or Andy is saying, that the Kings, they're not sniffing the play-in, not sniffing it.
Yeah. I mean, last year, at least, in March when they were struggling, a lot of people were still, and we were too, and I said this a lot, like these next 15 games at the end of the year had meaning because they knew they were going to play in the play-in. But if you get to the last 15 games and you're 7 out of the play-in, what are you playing for at that point, especially if they haven't sold? I mean, is that when you talk about Chris Watkins' scenario, Tajon Salam versus Devin Carter, one-on-one on the perimeter? Like, I don't know what you do in that situation.
Yeah, I do wonder, now that the schedules are out, and this is what I believe Chris mentioned, looking at these schedules, if the Kings get off on the wrong foot and it's bad, is Vegas essentially saying, Vegas, Andy, whoever, they're going to sell. And that's why this team is maybe not a 35-win team. But based on how things are going to shake out, that's where they're going to land, because they're going to go get Jonathan Kuminga, or they're going to say uncle at some point and just not be very good.
Let me see. Andy put descriptions for every team in here, so let me see if I can find his real quick for the Kings, if there's any kind of explanation behind it. So yeah, here's what Andy had to say about the Sacramento Kings. Good luck trying to figure out the team building strategy that took the Kings from having Halliburton and De'Aaron Fox to a surprising third seed in 2023 to being the Chicago Bulls West entering 2026. During their 3 seasons together, Chicago was a minus 1.9 points per 100 possessions with LaVine and DeRozan on the floor, compared to plus 0.6 when either was on without the other. And Sacramento thought it would be wise to reunite them on a roster with less shooting from the 5 spot, i.e., Vucevic. Just in terms of pure talent, the trio of LaVine, DeRozan, and Sabonis isn't bad, and Keegan Murray improving would certainly help, but the fit isn't great. And incoming point guard Dennis Schroeder isn't exactly Halliburton or Fox. Drop the hodgepodge of a roster into the superior conference, and you have a recipe for a sub-500 team.
So it's not about a fire sale. He just thinks this is Allen. They are. I just think they're at 35.
No, Allen, they're Chicago Bulls West.
Yeah. And that's what we said. Hey, you put that team in the West and it's a little bit different. When we return, Steve Kerr gives credence to a lot of uncles and dads out there and people that think that coaching may not be that difficult. Also, we're at that time in the summer where drafts are getting redrafted. The 2024 draft has been redrafted. Where does Devin Carter fall? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
The 49ers play here. Tomorrow, preseason action continues. It's the 49ers taking on the Raiders. Pre-game at noon with kickoff at 1.
Your exclusive home for 49ers football.
It's Sacktown Sports 1140.
Summer's flying by, and that back-to-school checklist, it's growing fast. New backpack? Check. School supplies? Check. Dentist appointment? Let's fix that. Kids Care Dental and Orthodontics is making it easy to cross dental checkups off your summer list fast with priority scheduling for new patients and kid-friendly care that makes them smile. It's one less thing to worry about before fall. Call now or book online at kidscaredental.com. That's kidscaredental.com, because healthy smiles should be the easiest thing to check off your summer list.
Discover Terra Madre Americas, one of the world's most exciting food events, coming to Northern California for the first time this September 26th through 28th. Dig into good, clean, and fair food for all with chefs Alice Waters, Sean Sherman, and Jeremiah Tower. Hear music from The War on Drugs, Spoon, Big Head Todd and the Monsters, Jade Bird, and Passion Pit Solo Acoustic. Savor the journey of Terra Madre Americas, only in Sacramento. Details on TerraMadreUSA.com. Terra Madre Americas is supported by Sacramento International Airport and brought to you by Slow Food and Visit Sacramento.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents it's local, but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Mark your calendars for a stacked lineup of live shows. It all starts August 23rd with Gypsy Kings at Hard Rock Live Sacramento and Super Soul Fest featuring Jeffrey Osborne at Thunder Valley. Then get ready to laugh with Weird Al Yankovic at the Lake Tahoe Amphitheater at Caesars Republic on August 24th and comedian Taylor Tomlinson at Thunder Valley on August 29th. Flashback to the ultimate throwback with Lost 80s Rewind at Thunder Valley on August 31st. And Fight Night fans, don't miss Thunder Showdown Boxing on September 6th, also at Thunder Valley. Country star Darius Rucker takes the stage at the Lake Tahoe Amphitheater at Caesars Republic on September 13th, followed by comedian legend Eddie Griffin on September 19th and Classic Rockers 38 Special on September 21st, both at Hard Rock Live Sacramento. Then it's Keith Sweat at Hard Rock Live Sacramento October 5th. And country fans, see David Nail live at Goldfield Roseville October 9th. Get your tickets now and find more info at sacktownsports.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Labor Day savings explode at Elk Grove Chevy with $3,000 off MSRP on every new 2025 Trax in stock. $3,000 off Trax exclusively at Elk Grove Chevy. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MadeAChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
See dealer for details.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. on the text line. 916. All I keep hearing about the Kings is hypotheticals. And what ifs. Let's see what happens with a different vibe and new rookies. We are going to do that, 916. It's the off season. I love when people say that. Let's see what happens. We are going to see what happens. I have to do the show.
That's what hypotheticals are.
I have to do the show. What does that mean when y'all say that?
We are guessing what's going to happen.
We are going to see what happens. Until then, I can't cut the show off until they tip off. I can't do that.
Well, I mean, you're kind of doing that by leaving for a month.
I actually found out we might need to make some changes for Media Day. I might be coming back early.
What, do we know a date for Media Day?
I don't know if I'm supposed to say.
Okay, but we do. Just that's all I need to know. We do.
Yes, I spoke to somebody yesterday that told me the date, and I said, okay, I'll be there.
Okay, cool.
I will be there.
So push comes to shove, you'll be there for Media Day.
I will be there.
Your triumphant return.
That's right.
First day back.
Just getting thrown right into the fire. Okay, so that's coming up in September. I think I can say that. I don't know if it's
September, October. I don't know.
Yeah, it's September.
Okay,
but that's all we got on it. I'm not, like I said, like some of these words, I don't know what I can say or not. I normally listen to Dave, so I know where the line is. But Dave he's backpacking somewhere. So shout out to Dave.
He's in Montana, I think.
Yeah. Shout out to Dave. All right. This is some audio from Steve Kerr. And we just thought this was a little funny because we all have, like I said, I always reference my dad in these situations. We all have that family member or friend that says, what do coaches do anyway? And this is Steve Kerr kind of agreeing with that in a way. Here it is.
If I didn't have Steph, I would have been like every other NBA coach and lasted a few years and then, gone somewhere else and coached somewhere else. So I'm incredibly lucky to have this partnership with Steph. And he provides this stability and continuity with the organization that just makes everybody's job easier.
I don't know what to do with that.
I mean, he's said it before, like you said.
I mean, look, he's definitely playing the humble pie card. Right. Hey, I don't know. I'm just and I understand what he's doing, but also there are people that actually think that about Steve Kerr. So that's why it's funny to me.
Yeah, it's it hits a little different when it's Steve Kerr versus like Greg Popovich, right? Because again, he's pulling this out of the Greg Popovich book where he said for his entire career, if I didn't have Tim Duncan, I'd be coaching in Italy right now, drinking wine and working on a D3, Italian league team or something, right?
Yeah.
It's the idea of you are only as good as your star player, and that star player, when they mean as much to an organization as Tim Duncan to the Spurs, Dirk Nowitzki to the Mavericks, Steph Curry to the Warriors, it's like that player makes everyone's life, and the selflessness that they exhibit makes everyone else's life so much easier.
Yeah. So, like I said, the first thing I think of is my father and how look, Allen, I can hear him. Allen, look at this. Are you telling me you couldn't win with this team? They got Steph Curry, Kevin Durant. I could coach this team, Al. That's literally what he would be saying to me. And I guess he might not be wrong.
I mean, Luke Walton took over the Warriors
and he stunk.
And he led them to 73-9.
Right. Maybe my father was right. Maybe everyone's father or uncle or aunt or whoever that says that, maybe they're right if the team is good enough. He did the same thing. He did the same thing when LeBron was on the Heatles. Allen, look at this team. How could you lose? How could you lose? I feel more confident saying, and obviously I do not think a normal person could coach a NBA a team to a championship. But if they could, I think the Warriors conversation is completely different than the Heat conversation.
I will say this. There have been bad NBA coaches that have gotten to championships because of their players.
We could actually take this outside the realm of basketball. Remember how last week I randomly name dropped Gene Chizik?
Oh, yeah.
Actually wasn't good, but he had Cam Newton. Could my father have coached that Auburn team to a national championship because it was Cam Newton and a bunch of dudes that are accountants now?
Yeah.
Like nobody else went to the NFL. And Gene Chizik, I don't think ever got another head coaching job.
Well, he definitely didn't get another head coaching job. He wasn't even a good coordinator either. So that's the other crazy thing. Let me just see. Is he still? He's not there. Yeah, he's been out of the game for a minute, but he was Gene Chizik took 10 years off apart from 2 years as North Carolina defensive coordinator before then returning as North Carolina defensive coordinator. And as I always love to bring up, in his first game, gave up 70 points to Appalachian State.
So now this is kind of turning into worst coach to win a championship. And could you have won? Because Steve Kerr is not a bad coach.
No.
He's a Hall of Fame coach, but he's had really good teams, and that tends to muck it up a little bit. That Warriors team specifically, though, and again, I don't think any normal person could do it, but if there was an argument, it starts with that team. It starts with the Cam Newton Auburn team. Could you throw the LSU Joe Burrow team in there? The problem is they actually played really good teams. So
yeah, that team,
all these coaches besides Steve Kerr are out of jobs.
That team, Orgeron deserves love for the people that he hired.
Right.
I'm not going to, Orgeron gets credit for hiring good people. The offensive coordinator that he hired for that team was Joe Brady, who was like a assistant tight ends coach with the Saints.
Yeah.
And now Joe Brady's the offensive coordinator for the Bills, right? Found a diamond in the rough coordinator with Justin Jefferson, who was a 2-star receiver, and Jamar Chase, who was a 3-star receiver, and now they both happen to be the 2 best receivers in the NFL. And 11 guys on defense who went to the NFL. That's a little different than Gene Chizik, where it's he got Cam Newton and the rest kind of took care of itself.
916 says Steve Kerr, his most difficult job was managing the personalities, not managing basketball. I've heard that before too. What are we doing with Mike Budenholzer? Because now we're getting disrespectful. They did come back from 2-0.
You're trying to say who's the worst coach to win a championship?
That somebody's uncle maybe has an argument for.
Yeah. This was one of the meanest things I've ever heard someone say, but Mike Budenholzer looks like a dad who got laid off and is just driving to pretend work every day because he's too ashamed to tell his family. That was rude, but he's up there. I still attest Budenholzer, even though they won that championship, I would have fired him on the championship parade.
You've said that before.
I would have fired him on the float. Been like, thank you for your time. We will not be renewing your contract.
This is another good call, and people say this about Gruden as well with that Bucks roster. 916 says Barry Switzer won a Super Bowl with Bill Parcells' roster.
I think it's Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah. That's right.
The person messed it up, but yeah. Barry Switzer, though, we know is a really good coach. That's the tough part. Very good college coach. And also, it wasn't like Jimmy Johnson went to the Dolphins and was killing it either after he left the Cowboys. I think it was more so the players on that team. The one that I always think of is, do you remember David Blatt with the Cavs?
Yes.
They didn't win the finals, but got to the finals. He got fired in the middle of the next season. Tyronn Lue led them to a championship, and he never got another job in the NBA.
Right.
Just everyone agreed, not a good coach. Never even got another sniff at an NBA job.
But what's funny about that is the David Blatt situation is actually hilarious because he didn't have Kyrie. He lost Kyrie. He lost Kevin Love. And yes, they did not win. So what the heck did this dude do to still get fired? How do you not get the benefit of the doubt? losing to the MVP and you're missing 2 of your best 3 players. How bad? What did you want him to do? But to your point, clearly it went beyond the injuries because we never saw him. He pulled a Sasha, and we never saw him again.
Yeah, he coached in Europe for about 4 years after that. I think he's retired now. He was kind of a little bit older, but I just don't think. I think he's kind of the evidence of like, look. The best coaches sometimes are the ones who just don't drive the whole thing off a cliff. Right. I say this one for Zach Taylor with the Bengals. I know that dude is a bad coach.
You can't prove it, but he is.
No, I can, because the year they went to the Super Bowl, they beat the Titans in the second round to get to the AFC Championship. I will never forget that man in a tie game with a minute to go. They intercepted Ryan Tannehill to set up the game-winning field goal. That man tried to call a timeout before that interception, and they wouldn't give it to him. And sometimes the best coach is just the coach that doesn't drive the whole thing off a cliff.
That's true.
I know Zach Taylor is a bad coach, but guess what? He's got Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, and so the Bengals are going to be fine.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if anybody else has any other names. Louis says, let's play a different game and ask who's the best coach to never win a championship. But then that turns into really good coaches. We're trying to see if your uncle can coach this roster and win. That's what we're trying to see.
He's looking for like the Billy Bean equivalent of
we don't want to hear about good coaches. We want to hear about bad coaches.
Yeah, we want to laugh at these idiots who got carried to the finals, which people say that about Mike Brown, and I think Mike Brown has broken that reputation now.
But that he was a LeBron merchant?
Yeah, exactly. But I think for a while, people were making this joke about Mike Brown.
I mean, what's funny is you have an Eastern Conference with no Tatum, no Halliburton. You have to go to the conference finals. I think Mike Brown has to go to the conference finals.
I mean, they're one of the 3 best teams, yes.
You don't go to the conference finals, you will be looked at as a LeBron merchant.
I disagree.
Well, he not looked at that because nobody remembers because it was 20 years ago.
Yeah. Wow. It is 20 years ago now. That's crazy. But also he's had successes along the way since then, whether it was coaching. Well, he's had failures with Dwight Howard, but then he also, coached the Warriors to a championship and the Beam team and now the Knicks.
And I got love for Mike Brown. All right. Could your 916, here we go. Phil Jackson was carried. I like this. So which is the team that you or your uncle could have coached and won, or your father in my situation?
I'm not going to go that far, but also Phil Jackson kind of overrated.
Well, that's what got carried. That's what they're saying. That's what 916 is saying. 1 o'clock hour coming up next. Let's discuss the redraft and where Devin Carter would fall according to Sam Vecini of The Athletic. And is this the first time no national games went to the wrong teams? No national snubs this year. And of course, in the desert, the best stadium in football. That's what they're calling it. Not me. That's what they're calling it. Allegiant. Niners taking on the Raiders. 1 more hour out on Southside on Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle singers, take it away.
Call 916-520 $99.98 now. The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our Giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Honda Summer Event and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. See all our specials at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Labor Day, our annual celebration of workers and their achievements, was first observed in New York, and the first Monday in September became a national holiday in 1894. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Each year we commemorate Labor Day with parades, picnics, and family gatherings. And right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings is celebrating with their exceptional whole store Labor Day sale. Would you like to refresh your living room? Would you like to restyle your bedroom? Maybe you want to redesign your home office. No matter whether it's your dining room, kids' rooms, accents, or accessories, Naturewood's unique store-wide Labor Day sale offers savings in every department and savings on every brand like Stanton, Omnia, Stickley, Flex Steel, and all the rest of the award-winning furniture. When it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable Labor Day sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
High Voltage Live boxing action returns to the venue on September 6th as Uppercut Promotions presents Thunder Showdown with 6 big fights on the bill featuring local lightweight standout Kyle Akinlali, who enters the ring undefeated. And don't miss a big heavyweight showdown with Chinese heavyweight Junglong Singh and Sacktown's own Vikas Diaw. Thunder Showdown coming September 6th to the venue at Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Tickets available at Ticketmaster. Fight card subject to change.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Seems like back to school happens earlier each year.
First day of school coming in hot.
And this year, my kids had massive supply lists.
Folders, notebooks, and pens. Oh, the humanity.
But Staples had everything I needed, with some items just 25 cents.
Watch the small print.
No. My back-to-school budget was saved by Staples Easy Button.
Everything for school, in stock and as low as 25 cents. Staples. That was easy. In-store, online, and on the app. NC 23 while supplies last.
Kohl's back-to-school sale is here with deals on looks your kids will love all year. Because even though they're sad summer is ending, let's be real, some of us are ready. It's time to trade the all-day PJs and always damp swimsuits for styles that'll keep up and hold up, so your kids will be ready too. Shop Kohl's back-to-school sale and bring on the new year. Select styles, prices good through August 17th. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports 1140.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
Kyle, you were doing so well. What type of show is this where I tell you I don't like a rejoiner, but you play it anyway?
It's Friday. I'm in love, Alan.
Save this. This honestly, I'd never heard of this song before. I thought it was a specific song for the morning show.
No, it's
well, it is to be. So leave it.
So have you never heard this song before?
No.
Oh, you should listen to or just read the lyrics one time because it's tough, but it's a very good song. It's
Maybe
nostalgic.
I have. I don't know.
Friday, I'm in love.
Somebody else, Kyle George Seifert, coaching Bill Walsh's 49ers.
George Seifert was a really good coach.
You keep saying that. You keep saying everyone that got these great rosters. Okay, what about Gruden? Gruden taking on the Bucks.
I'll tell you what, man, I'm not touching that one.
Oh, wow. Anybody else hear that? Anyone else hear that?
I'll tell you what, man.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I've got a Gruden.
That needs work.
Well, here's the thing. I don't want to bring it out anymore because Gruden is kind of a bad person.
I think he's coming back now. He's with Barstool. He's got to make it a comeback here. Somebody said he's probably going to end, and I believe it. He will be a college coach. That is for certain.
No.
Want to bet?
I don't think he wants to do it.
Okay.
I think he could have done it by now. I mean, Trent Dilfer's out here coaching UAB. I think someone would have done it by now.
All right. I think he will coach. I don't think he would be an assistant coach.
No,
we'll table that.
I think would he go coach USF, which is in Tampa?
Yeah. There you go.
Go coach the local, AAC team.
Go do it. Shout out to the AAC. If I don't even know who's still in it. That was a big thing when I was at Temple. The AAC, hey, we're going to be the newest big conference, and then everybody left. Another name, Kyle, you said this during the break. You want to tell the good people the name you said?
Well, so I started thinking about it because in 10 years ago when we had this conversation, it was just guys who coached LeBron, right? And LeBron went to 10 finals or 8 in a row, whatever.
Right.
Which, by the way, completely forgot Frank Vogel won that title with the Lakers.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say him, but it wasn't I'm talking about the team is so good, right, that it's just not a question.
Yeah, I mean, I think the LeBrons and the Warriors and the dynasties, those make sense. But I started thinking, in the modern age where I guess you've had, 10 different coaches make the finals in the last 7 years, I guess time will tell on some of these, but
just say the name.
Did Nick Nurse get carried by Kawhi?
Of course he did.
But I think of Nick Nurse as a good coach, but as time has gone on, I'm like, was Nick Nurse as good of a coach as I always thought he was?
Well, first of all, they would not have won the championship if KD was. A lot of things went right for the Raptors.
Hey, whatever.
I'm just saying. And here's the other thing, and I hope I don't get in trouble for this. It's the glasses. That's why you think Nick Nurse is a good coach, because he wears glasses.
He won Coach of the Year.
The glasses.
I think of Nick Nurse as a really good coach, or at least I did. But now that he's been poisoned by the 76ers, who just are not allowed to go past the second round of the playoffs, I'm doubting myself. Was Nick Nurse always as good as we thought?
Back in the day, I used to wear fake glasses just to change up the swag a little bit. I'm talking college, right? High school a little bit. You wear some fake glasses one day, people just look at you different.
Yeah?
You're more sophisticated. Hey, I trust Nick Nurse. He must be drawing up plays. He's got glasses on.
Nick Nurse must be doing something. But no,
he takes off the glasses. Oh, yeah, he got carried.
Again, and it's also bad coaches don't win championships. Let's just put it out there. I don't think there's a bad coach that won an NBA championship, but there's a lot of they didn't win the championship, but what are we doing with Monty Williams, who came within 2 games of winning the finals and now just can't get a job?
I do not know.
What do we do with Ime Udoka?
Somebody said he was good. You just need people to like you. It all comes. I told you about Tiger. Just have people like you.
But people didn't like Tiger for a while.
And then they did.
Then they felt bad for him because he had 1 million back surgeries. And they were like, okay, you've suffered enough. Now we like you again.
916 says, and this is what I was looking for, 916. Thank you. I could have coached any of the Kentucky national championship teams. Stand on business, 916. My dad's number is not 916. That's what I'm talking about, 916.
You could have been John Calipari.
It's so easy. You got this is what I need. I want Duke. Throw Duke in there. I could have won a championship with Duke. I know you're out there. Show yourself.
College basketball is the sport where this argument cannot work. And I only say that because Kentucky had Karl Anthony Towns, Devin Booker, Trey Lyles, 3 other future NBA guys, and lost to Frank Kaminsky. College basketball is the sport where dumb stuff happens.
Real quick, I have said, obviously, basketball ended freshman year for me. I said, okay, I'm not doing this. They have me in 6-man. There's 2 teams. I'm cool. So basketball ended for me fairly early on, freshman year. But if I were to get into coaching, look, softball aside, because we're going to take over Cal and or Stanford once the girls are old enough. If I were to take over sport, isn't college basketball the ticket? All you need is one good run, and your life is completely changed.
I disagree.
All you need is one not even Sweet 16. Just get into the dance. Just win one game. Go to some small school. Win your conference tournament. One Cinderella run. Your whole life has changed.
Sure, but it's not as simple as that.
It is simple.
No.
Just get hot.
And when you say your life has changed, it's not necessarily going to mean you're going to coach Kansas next.
No, but you get to UAB or wherever, and even the UAB is giving you 10 mil.
Yeah, 10 mil.
They're giving you 5.
5?
They are giving. Go look up how much the UAB basketball coach makes right now.
Let's see, UAB basketball. Who is the UAB basketball
doesn't matter.
coach first?
916 says, so if an overrated coach is a coach who has an all-star and wins, what constitutes a good coach? I'm confused. Me too. That's what we've all been confused, 916. You have to have a bad roster to prove you are a good coach. That's why people have questions about Steve Kerr.
I'm not going to say you have to have a bad roster. You have to have a roster people don't respect.
When Steve Kerr has never overachieved, most of the time he hasn't had to, and the other time he had Kai Bowman. They didn't win anything.
Yeah, they got the 2 pick in the draft for James Wiseman. By the way, the UAB coach is Andy Kennedy. He makes $1 million.
For basketball?
Yes.
Okay, well, all you got to do is take that dance. You're making $1 million.
Yeah.
You
got to get
Sweet
from
16
there to the next.
So it's 2 runs, but the runs don't have to be as deep. You start off at some random school, okay, and then you just get to the dance. Then UAB, you get to a dance 1-2 years. Then UAB calls you. You go on a Sweet 16 run with UAB. Then you get the big money.
Yeah, whatever Rick Pitino did, that's all you got to do.
At Iona, wherever they are.
He was at Iona. I don't know where the Sun is now, but where I used to know where he was. I think he's at Oklahoma, but the Loyola Chicago coach is what you're saying. Just one run, Sister Jean, you're set for life.
You're good. No, you are solid. That's all you have to do. It's a cheat code in sports. Just be a college basketball coach. So, just get hot.
So he's still there. The Loyola coach is still at Oklahoma now, and sure, that job pays $5 million.
Exactly.
You can have that job for the next 5 years. I've never seen that man in the tournament again.
No, you don't have to.
He's just chilling at Oklahoma.
Shaka Smart, he's still eating off the VCU. He got his hair back.
Yeah.
Shaka Smart grew hair after the run with VCU.
He's had 3 different jobs since then. Never made it back to the Final Four.
Stunk.
Yeah, never made it back to the Final Four ever again.
That's it.
Known for being a tournament choker ever since then, but you're fine.
And I guess I always got to caveat it. Look, the hair thing, Scott Van Pelt joked about it, so I think he just wasn't growing his hair. I don't think there was a health thing there. I got a caveat, I know. But Scott Van Pelt said, hey, look, Shaka Smart has hair now. So if Scott Van Pelt said it, I think we're clear.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you're good.
He just got a surgery.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you're good. By the way, remember St. Peter's?
Where is he now?
It's Seton Hall.
I'm telling you, I keep telling y'all, go try out for the Niners wide receiver, go try out for Giants right fielder, and go be a basketball coach right now. Right now. It's a cheat code.
Go do. You could do a radio show and be a college coach.
That one coach who stinks.
Who?
It's a Milwaukee team.
Gottlieb?
Yes.
Yeah, Gottlieb coaching the 4-28 Green Bay team or whatever. Yeah.
I'm telling y'all, man, I'm giving you the cheat codes here.
So your goal is become a college basketball coach and then go to the Final Four with a terrible team.
No, only Sweet 16. That's all you need.
I don't know if that's true.
That's all you need. Elite 8, Sweet 16 is all you need, maybe even just Elite 8. That's all.
I guess, St. Peter's was Elite 8.
There's somebody in the car right now thinking, I was pretty good back in the day. Just go drop some plays.
Hey, just go be an assistant with Bibby for a couple years.
Come on, man.
Go get a job at Cal State Northridge and then take him to the Elite 8.
916 says, how much does Mike Bibby make? Now that's too close to home.
That's public knowledge. We can find it.
You can find it, Kyle. But whatever it is, it's what he should be making. I'll put it to you like that. We're still working on some things, trying to get Mike Bibby on the show. More so in a Sacramento Kings realm, but we'll let him cook for the Hornets as well. How much?
Let's see.
You got that look on your eye.
According to Sportico, it's about $470,000 with a budget for like recruiting and stuff.
It's a pretty good life, man. It's a pretty good life.
Yeah. So
that's you're in. Where are we talking about again? Granite Bay, El Dorado Hills. Where's that place? Chris Watkins always told me about that place in Sacramento. It's like the blank, blank, blank. It's like numbers, the 68s or something.
Yeah.
Somewhere in downtown Sacramento. Chris said, oh, yeah, it had a name.
Yeah.
And that's where all the big money live.
Not sure.
Somebody will know.
Apparently, if they perform, Bibby's salary can increase to about $830,000. This is according to Sportico, by the way.
And he hasn't even won anything yet. Just think once he wins something.
Just when Sac State goes to the Sweet 16, just think what job he'll get next.
Someone said Curtis Park. I think we're close. Somebody will hop in and let us know. 916-339-1140. So Sam Vecini redrafted the 2024 NBA draft. It's not great. Okay. He has Devin Carter. And I don't know when you read these things, if it's based on what you thought at that time or where they are at now. This is what Sam Vecini said. Every year after the NBA season ends, I think it's worth evaluating the previous year's draft class. So it's time to redraft the 2024 NBA draft. On some level, this is a silly exercise, if only because we're still working with incomplete information on these players' careers. We're essentially using 1 year of information about each of these players as pros and using it as a piece of the puzzle to evaluate what their future careers look like. We're still projecting an immense amount here, given that quite a few of these players just turned 20. Well, Devin Carter is not one of those 20-year-olds. I'll tell you that much. And Kyle, real quick before I read this off, we have about 12 texts coming in right now. The Fab 40s. That's right. You get to make 400 a year, 400K, possibly 8. You live in the Fab 40s. What a great life. I'm telling you, go coach basketball.
I'm sure if you're Mike Bibby, you can just swoon in and do television for the Kings every now and again.
There's another check. Come on. Money begets money. That's what it's about. Thank you to the couple 916s, the 408, all the numbers coming, the 323. They're saying it's the Fab 40s, Al. It's the Fab 40s. Okay. That's what Chris Watkins was telling me. That's where it is. That's the goal, Alan. Once you make your $500 million. Right. Well, I'm gonna have one in the Fab 40s,
one in Santa Cruz,
one in El Dorado Hills, just on principle. I'm not even gonna go in there. I just want the house.
Own it.
The house is just gonna be there, just on principle.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna rent it out. None of that. It just sits there, just on principle, so I can tell people different things depending on who I'm talking to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not even like someone can stay there. It's just like, no, it's just going to be empty.
I need my Tahoe house too. And thank you to the chat also telling me about the Fab 40s. Thank you to the chat. But I need my Tahoe house too. Okay. And Devin Carter, he's looking for that big money as well. But if the redraft happened, Sam Vecini.
Senor Segway strikes again.
Just so bad.
You know what, Alan?
It's so bad.
It's 1:18 on a Friday. I think you're forgiven.
It's so bad. So long story short, Sam Vecini has Devin Carter dropping out of the top 20. Now, there are some players that he doesn't even mention. He does mention, he also, funny enough, he also has Dalton Connect dropping out of the top 20. Okay, but this is what he said about Devin Carter. I'm still a believer in Devin Carter because of his defense and toughness, but I'm worried that the 13th pick's jump shot looked hitchy and messy at Summer League after his July 2024 left shoulder surgery. I think that's a good, and now's the time to do it in the summer. I think that's a good exercise, just double checking what Devin Carter's jump shot did look like prior to the surgery, because, if I'm not mistaken, he always had a bit of a hitch, right? It was a lot of looking up stuff after the draft because I didn't think that the Kings were going to take a guard, and Chris Watkins and I didn't look that stuff up. But I always thought it was something hitchy, regardless of the surgery. Kyle, you know what else is even worse than Devin Carter being in the mentioned but falling out of the top 20? Somebody who got drafted higher than Devin Carter not being mentioned. This has been the biggest miss for me.
Tejan
Salon, I did a control F. He's not even in the article.
No, I still think it's hilarious that the guy you were most sold on might be the biggest draft bust of the last 5 years.
Crazy.
Like worse than Wiseman, worse than any other player you can think of. Tejan Salon is the 6th pick.
It's not over yet, by the way.
But it's looking real bad.
So the 916 says Kings not drafting Khalil Ware was catastrophic. Okay. Sam Vecini has Khalil Ware jumping up to number 10. He was drafted 15th. He has him jumping up to number 10. He wasn't as high on my list as I'm not going to change history. He wasn't as high on my list as Tejan Salon and Dalton Connect, who Dalton Connect is not in the top 20. And Tejan Salon, Sam Vecini is pretending like he doesn't exist. But I really did like Khalil Ware as well. We're about to get to Bobby, who wants to talk about expensive homes. 916, I see you on the text line. They want to talk about Keegan Murray and whether there's an update on Keegan Murray and his extension. I wish there was. 916. We will get to that and give you the information that we do have, but it's been a very interesting situation on our end as well. There's just been no mention of it. It's not weird, but Kyle hasn't been worried about it. Each week that happens as we're spending time talking about Kuminga, it is weird. It's getting there for you. 916. I definitely agree. Let's get to Bobby, who wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Bobby? What you got for us?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
I'm good. Happy Friday.
Hey, same to you. I was just telling Kyle, love your show. You guys do a heck of a job, and it just helps that we think quite a bit alike on a lot of these topics. But throw some good housing areas in for you guys. That Arden Oaks area, like right off of kind of over by Judgewood over there. It's like Fat 40s with property. Like, you get like, a 5,000-6,000 square foot home on like 2 acres going for like 7 to 10 million. So that's a nice place to live. Some very wealthy people live there in the area. And then Los Lagos, Granite Bay. Eddie Murphy used to live there. C-Web lived up there. I was telling Kyle, my boy was John Travolta's pool guy for a while.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very nice up there too. But keep it up. You guys do a heck of a job. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby. Enjoy your weekend. Happy Friday. Okay, Kyle, I'm writing all this down. You know what I got on my screen right now? The lottery. And guess what the lottery is?
Is it 500?
565 mil. Thank you, Bobby. Arden Oaks, here we come.
Don't quote me on it, but I think that's where De'Aaron was at too.
Okay.
I think De'Aaron.
No, I need his old house.
I think De'Aaron and Harrison Barnes were both over there.
Done. Give me his old house now.
Yeah.
I need De'Aaron's old house.
A couple people were out in Folsom. We know Sabonis is commuting from Napa, but I joke about this all the time. Keegan, who knows? Keegan could be anywhere. I have no idea. That man just disappears from the face of the earth.
209. Yeah, people are mentioning Land Park as well. I hear you. Look, don't worry. I'm still gonna do I'm not leaving the job once I hit. It's all good. I'm not leaving. I'm not going nowhere. The 209 is actually talking basketball and says that the Kings should have drafted Tristan da Silva. Let me see where he falls. Yeah, so Sam Vecini actually has him drafted in the same spot. He went 18. Sam Vecini has him going 18.
Okay.
But some of the big jumps, Ryan Dunn with the Suns was actually drafted 28. Sam has him jumping up to 20th. Terrence Shannon Jr. jumps all the way to 17th. He was actually taken with the 27th. You know what? And this is a good exercise when it comes to Nick Clifford. Because Nick Clifford could easily be, hey, he went 26. There might be one or two second rounders in there.
Keep scrolling up, man. Look who's number 9.
There you go.
Jalen Wells. Who got to see me hit a 3/4 court shot one time. Jalen Wells.
Throw that in there.
Yeah, Jalen Wells. Was a second round pick, about where Maxime Reynaud was taken. He's up to 9th.
You never know what's going to happen. Well, we know what's going to happen this weekend with Ashton Genty breaking out against the San Francisco 49ers. We give you some of that. And also, it's been a while. Let's bring back some in style, out of style. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Time now for your Sacktown Sports 1140 49ers report. Brought to you by Kia of Vacaville, conveniently located beside the Vacaville outlets. The Niners lost their first preseason game to Denver 30-9 on Saturday night. Few of the starters played for Mike Shanahan's team. Mac Jones started at quarterback and drove the team down the field for a game-opening TV drive. However, that was all the offensive scoring for San Francisco. Next up for the Niners, they play in Vegas this Saturday afternoon. It's a 1 p.m. kickoff right here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Football season is here at Kia of Vacaville. You can score big in a new 2025 Kia Niro LX with up to 53 MPG combined at Kia of Vacaville. Perfect for road trips, tailgates, and cruising to Levi Stadium in style and comfort. But don't wait. Inventory is limited at Kia of Vacaville, and these deals won't last long. Visit KiaVacaville.com or stop by right next to the Vacaville outlets for friendly service, easy shopping, and unbeatable value. All in one stop. Kia of Vacaville, where the adventure begins.
The Hagen Oaks Cutting Edge Putter Fitting Studio offers you more technology, more choices, and more service. Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. With $30,000 worth of state-of-the-art technology ready for your fitting, Hagen Oaks will help you make your best putting stroke while finding the best putter design, shape, hosel, length, and loft for your game. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531 for more.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, inviting you to come join them every Wednesday for their midweek madness drawing, giving away $2,000 in total cash starting at 6 p.m. It's a safe and friendly environment, plenty of well-lit parking available, and it's conveniently located right there in downtown Sacramento. And remember, best food, best service, best games, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Xfinity. Sports are unpredictable. The price of your internet shouldn't be. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for 5 years with no annual contracts. Guaranteed.
Bing Maloney Golf Courses, 27 holes of high-flying public fun, and Bing Maloney's a classic design for golfers of all abilities. Bing Maloney's lighted driving range is a great place to learn and practice this summer under the covered hitting stations. The range also offers a practice putting green and outdoor furniture to relax with friends. Enjoy tasty beverages or comfort food from Maloney's Grill. The Association of Golf Merchandisers has named Bing Maloney a top 100 golf shop. For tee times, visit bingmaloney.com. It's Sacramento Golf's great value course.
Around here, the summer can smack you silly, especially if your AC is not functioning at a high level. Whitey Gleason here. I had the opposite problem over the winter. System went down. It was panic time, but Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating saved the day. Let them save you from unnecessary summer misery. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, reliable, trustworthy. They do great work. They won awards for their service. Check the reviews at leesair.com. Find out about their $99 HVAC tune-up service. Save your summer now. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating on the web at leesair.com. License number 635-355.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
River Lake in Pocket area is nice. Kings players all loved there back in the late 90s, early 2000s. That's from the 916. I love how everyone is telling me all these places where I'm going to live. Okay? Once I become a head basketball coach and go on a Sweet 16.
Who also wins the lottery.
That's right. That's right. Then we can coach Stanford and we do what we got to do.
So Stanford is the play. So after you coach Sac State and you make it to the Sweet 16 and then you get a job at Stanford, then you will be able to afford a home in what were we saying? The River Lake?
I'll be doing the show remote while all this is happening.
Yes, that's the other thing. While coaching your daughters.
Mm-hmm. It's simple. It's very, very simple.
You're going to get there.
You get it. You get it. All right. We already had some fun with the Niners and the dynamic stretching. Now, the Ashton Genty thing, look, so how did this become HGTV 1140? That's nicely done. 209. That is nicely done. Ashton Genty, he better go off, man. And when I say go off, can we be positive? Can we have positive yardage?
By go off, let's say not -1.
Yeah, just one first down run.
Well, the good news is if he doesn't play tomorrow, he will literally improve from the last game.
Somebody said, how do I have more rushing yards than Ashton Genty?
Yeah, I don't know, dude. It's weird.
1 o'clock tomorrow, Niners at Raiders.
Right here on 1140.
I don't know. I got to check the weather, and I know they're in the dome. But no, but it was crazy, though. I know I always say some like it hot, and I don't mind the hot weather, but Summer League was insane. I mean, I've never really experienced hot wind. The hot wind is that's what'll get you. I don't know. I don't know that it's as hot there now, but it's the hot wind, man. That's where it really gets you.
Expected to be high of 99 tomorrow.
Oh, Genty.
I mean, it does that in Sacramento.
Sun get hot, Genty get hot. Gino in a dome. Let's go, man. Niners are playing somebody. Brock Purdy and the crew.
You will see Brock Purdy at some point tomorrow.
Yes, you will.
Even if it's only for one drive.
Yes, you will.
And
you
then
will
after
see
that,
Brock.
who knows?
You will see Brock. All right, Kyle. It's time for In Style, Out of Style.
In Style, Out of Style.
Let's start here with the Little League World Series. All right. And a couple of notes on the Little League World Series going on right now. Shout out to Panama. I got to double check when they're playing again. I think they have Aruba, but they are 1-0. But a couple of notes. Chinese Taipei had a kid who looks as tall as me throwing 82. That's insane.
Oh, sorry. Consistent 82.
That is insane. Okay. So obviously they won that game. They beat Mexico. Mexico, I think it was a no-hitter.
I don't know. I know that kid struck out 9 straight batters.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened after that because I don't watch the Little League World Series anymore.
Oh, I have to. Mostly for Panama and whoever's from Northern California. And kind of Pennsylvania if my wife is in the room.
Yeah, I saw a West Sacramento team made it pretty far in the regionals this year.
So this is what I wanted to talk about as far as the Little League World Series. Front Office Sports had to put something out, and it says, Little League is aware of online betting involving its World Series, a spokesperson told Front Office Sports. Multiple foreign sports books have listed odds on games, including Bovada. Dang you, Bovada.
Jerry Bovado, you sicko.
Yeah, but licensed U.S. sports books have policies that prohibit betting on events like the Little League World Series. Fair or foul, betting on the Little League World Series. Kyle, you can go first.
That's
in style, out of style.
Yeah, I was like, fair or foul? What happened here?
Well,
I thought it was in style. That is just the most out of style thing ever. They call the number. Call the number.
I'm probably gonna regret saying this. Can I ask why?
Why I think it's awful?
Can I? Yes.
Because they're 12-year-old kids.
But if they're, I'm not saying I would. I'm not saying I would. I'm saying if they're playing anyway.
You have no expertise in this.
Hey, I got scouting reports. You just look at the biggest kid. If that kid, if you knew that Chinese Taipei, that kid was going to throw 82, you take the over on strikeouts. I'm not saying I would do it. I'm asking what is wrong with doing it.
If it's already going to be played anyways.
The game is being played. I'm not saying I would do it.
No, it's so wrong to do this to children.
Is the problem that they could see it?
The problem is that they could see it, but the problem also, they mentioned this on the morning show, is like some of these kids have social media.
No. Yeah, I mentioned it on the morning show.
Yeah.
The problem, I'm trying to figure out.
The problem is all parties. You shouldn't be gambling on the Little League World Series because you have no expertise. These are 12-year-old kids.
But that is your prerogative. The issue is, hey, little Jimmy strikes out and some psycho might text or DM little Jimmy.
Yes.
That's the actual problem.
That's the other problem. Yeah, that is a problem. There is also just the problem of morally, you shouldn't be betting money on the results of 12-year-old kids.
It's out of style. Don't get me wrong. But I'm saying if there was a world with no social media,
still
and nobody
wrong.
knew what was going on, the game is going to be. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. I would not do it.
Even if everyone behaved and they didn't send death threats, still very out of style to gamble on the results of 12-year-olds from Panama where you have never seen them play before.
Look, man, I wouldn't do it. I would not do it. I would not do it. But if there was no way for the kids to know it was going on, somebody says, we bet on baby races, right? Same thing. Well, what's wrong with you people? I didn't bet on baby Styles. I would have lost that bet. But if she had shown me more in the practice rounds, maybe I would have.
But
it's my kid.
In the old days of college football where the players weren't getting paid, I would have said you shouldn't bet on college football. Now that they're getting paid, I guess I'm okay with it.
See, that's a good point. That's a good point because they just recently started getting paid and you could bet on college football forever.
Yeah, that was morally problematic, but there's no gray area in betting on children playing baseball.
I'm not saying there's a gray area.
I'm saying there was a gray area with college football. There's no gray area here.
I wouldn't do it. Jay Woods on the chat, our guy on the promo team, Jay Woods says you shouldn't be able to bet on children's sports or amateur sports. That's just asking for trouble. Jay, I'm with you. I am with you.
But if it's going to be on ESPN.
But if there was a world where it wasn't morally wrong and you care about the sport, you care about the sport. You care about the sport.
You don't care about the sport. You care about it because it's on ESPN.
You don't know what I care about. I care about the sport.
You care about these children playing on your TV?
I don't know. I know it's out of style. Okay? I'm just being devil's advocate. That's all it is. But it is out of style for sure. All right, Kyle. Thank you. Kyle, and again, when we do this, sometimes people get mad at us. Hey, Allen, you do public speaking. You're going to make fun of somebody that messes up a name. Look, it is not, when I mess up something so bad, on radio, that stuff gets cut and it gets replayed, okay? And they end up laughing about this, so I hope no one takes it the wrong way. Udonis Haslam is talking about Zachary Resachet, and it is a struggle bus. Here it is.
You got your young coin, Jalen Johnson, and Rosh Hashanah, however you say his name, excuse me, I'm sorry, Rashashi, Zachary Rashashi.
But they go on, they can't even finish the segment.
You got your young coin, Jalen Johnson, and Rosh Hashanah, however you say his name, excuse me, I'm sorry, Rashashi, Zachary Rashashi.
Rosh Hashanah killed me, man.
Rosh Hashanah is an all-timer.
Rosh Hashanah, and then, excuse me, Rasashi.
So you know what's funny about this? When he first got drafted, I remember one of my favorite tweets of the year was someone say, like, the Hawks drafted Zachary Resachet, and it was like Quavo's going to have a stroke trying to pronounce this guy's name. It wasn't Quavo, but it was pretty close.
Yeah. You got your young coin, Jalen Johnson, and Rosh Hashanah, however you say his name, excuse me, I'm sorry, Rashashi, Zachary Rashashi.
Now we have to keep that forever. Okay, whenever we bring up Resachet.
Rosh Hashanah.
Rosh Hashanah.
This is just me being a producer, but like clearly a producer yelled in his ear as soon as he got that wrong, and that's how he had it.
You got your young coin, Jalen Johnson, and Rosh Hashanah, however you say his name, excuse me, I'm sorry, Rashashi, Zachary Rashashi.
producer just yelling in his ear.
You know, and we joke about different musical artists that I'll see, right? And different names. And look, even doing Locked On Giants, I'm going through all the prospects and a lot of these names that there's not a lot of information on them. They're just names that you never have to say out loud, and it's really hard to figure it out. We talked about Hermione for Harry Potter, how I never said Hermione.
I said
correctly
Hermione.
until the movie came out. So Udonis Haslam, hey man, we've all been there. Speaking of we've all been there, were you there for the New Heights podcast? Apparently a lot of people were. The New Heights episode broke the record for most concurrent viewers on YouTube for podcast, peaking at 1.3 million, surpassing Donald Trump's 0.8 million on the Joe Rogan Experience. 9.6 million viewers within 12 hours. Look, I guess she said something about her new album. That's what happened. She announced it.
They released the new album.
They released
they
the new
announced
album.
the cover and the date and all that stuff.
Oh, yeah, but the album isn't out.
No, it's out, I think, October 4th or something.
So
But
they dropped the album release date.
The release date and the cover and the track list.
Hey, good for them. And last but not least, Kyle, we're looking up the and double checking as the Giants are taking on the Tampa Bay Rays. Whitey probably knows this, so we're going to talk to him during crosstalk. Which one is low and which one is low on the Tampa Bay Rays? In style, out of style. I need to know how they've managed to pronounce their names differently when they have the same exact spelling. How does that happen? We asked Whitey Gleason during crosstalk before the show ends. One more segment for you, Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our Giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Honda Summer Event and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. See all our specials at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Hey there, this is Dolly, coming to you straight from Nashville.
It's Stand Up to Cancer!
Join us Friday, August 15th for one night only and for one goal only to beat cancer. So stand up with all of us and let's save lives together. If we join forces, we can end cancer forever. Tune in Friday, August 15th at 8, 7 Central on ABC, CBS, Fox, and NBC. For more ways to watch, visit standuptocancer.org/show.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Progressive's Teen Driver Discount could lower the cost of insurance for your teenager and save you some money. And then you can still spend money on them. Because just when you think you have a grasp on spending, new sneakers. And then it's money for a school field trip. And of course, spending money. Oh yeah, and a new phone to replace the one they dropped in the toilet. Oh, don't remind me. So just get Progressive's Teen Driver Discount. And then you can continue to spend money on them endlessly. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discount not available in all states and subject to terms and conditions.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Ready to elevate your everyday? Quince has the luxe staples insiders swear by, minus the markup. From 100% European linen styles and 14-karat gold jewelry to gorgeous leather bags and elevated home finds, Quince has it all. And by partnering directly with top artisans and ethical factories, Quince delivers premium quality at half the cost of similar brands. Discover everyday luxury without the markup at Quince. Go to quince.com/style upgrade for free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/style upgrade.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Discover Terra Madre Americas, one of the world's most exciting food events, coming to Northern California for the first time this September 26th through 28th. Dig into good, clean, and fair food for all with chefs Alice Waters, Sean Sherman, and Jeremiah Tower. Hear music from The War on Drugs, Spoon, Big Head Todd and the Monsters, Jade Bird, and Passion Pit Solo Acoustic. Savor the journey of Terra Madre Americas, only in Sacramento. Details on TerraMadreUSA.com. Terra Madre Americas is supported by Sacramento International Airport and brought to you by Slow Food and Visit Sacramento.
Get ready for the return of record-breaking speed. Saturday, August 23rd, the Johnny Rizzo Memorial roars into Stockton 99 Speedway for a night of legendary racing. Speed Tour Super Modified to unleash mind-blowing horsepower and more. Gates at 5, racing at 7. Tickets start at just $20 at Stockton99.com. Be there. Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
Oh for 3, Kyle. This one I'm okay with, but
It's Friday.
yeah,
You got to get down on Friday.
yeah, I guess you do. Whitey Gleason's always getting down.
That, whoa.
Is that my first 0? Senor Segway strikes
Okay,
again.
I'll take
Senor
that.
Segway will be demoted if he keeps that up.
All right.
Senor Segway's hitting like Rafael Devers right now.
Yeah, Whitey, isn't it a big? Oh, Kyle's got the jersey on. It's a big weekend for you guys, right?
Could be. I mean, you know,
Padres
still
at
only
Dodgers.
August. We got a ways to go. Let's not get too excited about one series.
Are they?
Who's they?
Are the Padres and Dodgers? Is that going to be on national TV any of the days? Is that Sunday Night
I think
Baseball?
tonight is. I'm not sure. I think all three of them might be. I'm
Okay.
not sure. Yeah.
Okay. I will never admit that Padres Dodgers is a better rivalry than Dodgers Giants. I will say this. I am more captivated right now by Padres Dodgers.
It's
than
hotter
by
right now.
Yes. It for sure is hotter right now. And I find myself saying, okay, I gotta if the Padres are playing the Dodgers, I gotta watch. And I'm most of the time rooting for the Padres because I'm just hate watching the Dodgers.
Yeah. When the Warriors, right before they, relating it to some that I know you care about, right before the Warriors started.
I've had
winning,
a hard enough 24 hours, Whitey.
right before the Warriors started winning championships, the Warriors and the Clippers, that was a very hot rivalry.
That's true.
And then it just kind of cooled.
Mm-hmm.
Harbaugh against Pete Carroll, 49ers Seahawks, they still have a rivalry, but that thing was like, man, red hot.
Yeah, and the division part of it also matters now that we're here. And when you're at the top, everyone's going to want a rivalry with you.
Yeah, and Alan, the two managers almost got in a fight the last time they played, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, like a fight.
I think that's what makes the rivalry now is that regardless of what fans are going to say, Dodgers fans might be like, oh, it's not a rivalry, blah, blah, blah. Those teams hate each other.
Yes.
Like there is bad blood on both sides.
I think personalities matter, right? You mentioned the Clippers with the Warriors. Then when the Warriors were kind of the big dog, it was the Grizzlies, right? And
Yeah,
the
you're
Grizzlies
right.
with John
Yeah.
Morant, it was short-lived,
Mhm.
but it was the Grizzlies. I think the issue, and that just goes back to me on my soapbox with the Giants, is they don't have good personalities. Even though Bumgarner was funny because obviously he helped a huge part of winning the World Series, so I thank him for that. But I vehemently disagreed with how he went about his biz as far as play the game the right way and Yasiel Puig bat flipping. But at least he had a side to take.
Yeah.
This Giants team, I think Willie Adames, maybe if he got into it, would be a little feisty, but they don't even have it. Dodgers, Padres, they have the personalities for it.
Yeah. I mean, Ohtani was getting hit. Tatis got hit.
Yeah.
Like a bowling pin in the last series. So
is that the hottest rivalry in baseball right now?
That's not saying much, but I think so.
Yeah.
It's funny because right after that happened, that last series, Jay got one of the Dodger announcers on, and I apologize, I don't remember the gentleman's name. He's a very good guest. But I asked him about, the Padres and the Dodgers and the Giants, and the Dodgers. He goes, the Padres aren't the Dodgers rivals. The Giants are. So even then, it's like, that's like the company line. You don't acknowledge the Padres.
Okay. I get it, but it's going to be hot today.
Yes.
It's going to be hot tonight.
After 2022, it started to change. Once the Padres put out the Dodgers, you saw more Dodgers fans tweeting about the Padres. You saw them getting into more fights. You saw them going back and forth at each other. I think now it's temporarily the biggest rivalry in baseball.
Your team could throw a wrench in the Padres' plans. They play again next week in San Diego.
Yeah, they do 4-game set out there. I'm just double checking. So I got the split screen going. What's today? The 15th. I got the split screen going, Whitey. All right. So I got Dodgers, Padres on one end. On the other end, I got the Northwest team taking on the Mountain team. All right. From the Little League World Series. So yeah. And West, I don't know if Northern California made it out, but also West versus Metro. All right. There's a lot of this. Everyone says the dead time sports. I mean, what do we?
They need to talk to Allen Stiles.
You need to talk to me. This is high level baseball all the way around. Okay. This high level baseball, Whitey. What's
what
coming
do you think
up?
of prop betting on the World Series, Little League World Series?
Look, I wouldn't do it. I would not do it. But if there was no social media and the kids were just there, right, and they didn't know, I could understand why somebody.
It's only between you and yourself.
I can understand why somebody would say, "Oh, why not?" If you're gonna watch, here is that a good line? Because I do like watching. Where's my Panama team? I do like watching Panama. Okay, mom's from there, so I give a shout out to Panama. They won. They got to take on Aruba. That's today too, Whitey. Might have already happened.
Ooh,
yeah. So if you're actually, does that help at all? If you're watching,
it just tells me that you can't watch sports without, not you specifically, but the person doing it. You can't watch sports without gambling.
If you're throwing it on, pitching, whatever, Panama, the Western team, and you don't watch it, that's worse to me.
No, I'm
That's
saying
worse
I'm saying that if your point is if it's on, you should be allowed to bet on it, which I'm not saying is your point, but
it's not my point because I wouldn't.
My point is that you don't know anything about the teams, so you're just doing it because you can't watch sports without gambling.
You know what's stunning to me? And by the way, Tim Neverett is the announcer for the Dodgers. I apologize. It was on with us. The NBA is pushing back on some of the prop bets. Michael Porter Jr. was on a podcast this week, and he said, it's terrible. And I thought, you're right, but nothing's going to happen. But the Players Union and the league, they are trying to get something done about making fewer prop bets available. I think they've already tried to take action involving two-way players because, it's just so tempting.
Yeah.
Bet on me to go out early. I'm going to pretend I pulled a hamstring and we all make a ton of money.
But that's the league. That's between the league and the players. That's not the bettors. The bettors are getting this information from the players.
Yeah, well, I'm surprised that the league is actually trying to do something about it.
Yeah.
I applaud them, but it surprises me because I thought they were kind of like, we're making too much money. Sorry.
That's a good point. Also, the two names, Whitey, Brandon Lau and Josh Lowe.
Uh-huh.
What are we doing with that?
It's a Brandon Lau thing, is my understanding. He's the one that says, I say my name differently.
Oh, so he's Christian Brown.
Yeah. I think,
I hear you.
Aren't they brothers? And the brother says it differently?
No, there's no way.
So the brother, Nathaniel Lowe, is brothers with Josh Lowe.
Yeah.
Nathaniel Lowe was on, I think, the Nationals. I think he just got released.
Right. I think everyone says it Lowe. Thank you, Kyle, for clarifying, except for Brandon. So that's it's a Brandon thing. Doesn't that sound like something a Brandon would do?
I don't know.
Sure.
Maybe he was tired of getting called Brendan. I know that's a thing.
Yeah.
Brendan Lowe.
Mhm.
and you get both wrong.
Yeah.
I don't ever get, nobody ever, well, I've had Stills a couple times in my life. I don't know how maybe they didn't see the E, but my names don't get pronounced wrong, but they get butchered. And I'm not calling out anybody here at the station, but I mean, you spelling both my names wrong. How is that possible? How is that
He
possible?
gets no respect. Do you think ALAN is actually pronounced just subtly, slightly differently than ALLEN? Is it Allen and Allen?
You tell me.
You tell me, because it's your name. If you don't care, I don't care.
But nobody's ever called me Alan.
I know, but some people they're spelled that way.
Right.
And it's like Allen. Well, it's in
Alan. I think I might be.
No, it is.
I don't know where we're going with. I don't know where we're going with this, Whitey.
No, it definitely is, because I'm an Allen, but it's spelled with an A,
Yeah.
and they say Allen.
Okay.
You're Allen.
Yeah. And you're Allen, right?
Me and Allen Iverson.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I say your name differently than I would say my middle name.
Interesting. I didn't know if anyone
That's
else.
that's not.
I didn't
That's
know
a
if that was a thing for
no.
anybody
It's not
else.
a thing. That's a
Allen.
Kyle thing.
It's Allen.
That's a Kyle thing.
I was wondering. And here, there's
No,
the guys right there with me.
That's not a real thing.
As someone who's been hearing Allen with an A his whole life,
Yes.
and been hearing Allen with an E for the last 8 months nonstop every 10 minutes, you say them differently.
Yeah. Allen and Allen.
You agree with this?
Yes, I've always thought that, and I thought I shouldn't say it because everyone's going to think I'm an idiot. But I've got another idiot with me.
Wow. I cannot believe that's how we're going to end the week. Kyle,
Well, you can still do something about it.
I'm good.
Come on, Senior Segway. One more in ya.
Well, speaking of names, the 3 most famous names in Sacramento radio are coming up next. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson. Senior Segway strikes again. I redeemed myself there.
Yeah, you did.
Is it just you and Jay?
Yes. Yes, it is, Allen.
Alan. Just call me Alan at this point.
Allen.
That's right. Allen. You do find some, speaking of, remember Alan Smilegeach?
Oh, do I ever?
Alen. The rare Alen.
We used to work for a boss who was like, this guy's good. And I was like, you're insane.
But
Have you ever watched a basketball game?
But you tell me the same thing when I say certain guys.
You do, yes, I do.
By the way, I can't wait. We didn't get to talk about the schedule at all, but we got plenty of time for that, Whitey. Can't wait to talk to you about Denny Abdia when he's an all-star.
That wouldn't stun me.
Whitey, don't do that. Do not
That
do that,
wasn't the
Whitey.
one that you were
no,
talking about.
No, don't do that, Whitey.
That wasn't the one that you were talking
which
about.
was the one?
Huh?
Who was the one?
I'll have to think
no,
about it.
Whitey,
Probably
don't,
Jordan Poole.
No, don't do that, Whitey.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for listening to the
Anybody
Down
that used
South.
to play with the Warriors, as far as Allen's concerned.
Thank you for listening to the Allen Stiles Show. Thank you to all the callers, texters, site chatters. Thank you to Brett Siegel. Thank you to Kyle Ledbetter. As always, Drive Guys coming up next. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson. Until Monday, see you in the back at the bean.
Don't forget about my podcast.
Don't forget my podcast.
Gotta go.
This is the story.